all these debts and to not to absorb the debt, but to service them because of the implication on the social services and investment. So I would go very quickly over this slide. Of course, beyond the immediate causes, the roots of the crisis can be traced to colonialism. And on the left side of the slides, you can see a statement from 1987 by Sankara linking the debt to colonialism. But the current Secretary General of the UN made essentially the same argument in South Africa in 2020 during his Nelson Mandela lecture, where he talked about the fact that economies that were colonized are now the one at very great risk of being locked into raw material and low-tech production. And another point he made is the reluctance of the advanced countries now to accommodate any changes to the international system that would ease things for developing countries. And again, this will be important to return to towards the end of the presentation. So, of course, after independence, national leaders inherited economies which have been locked up into commodity dependence, but also faced a financial architecture which was not equipped to help them transition away from commodity dependence. And any attempt to achieve structural transformation actually deepened their crisis because it entailed borrowing more, which they couldn't service when the international market price for primary commodities declined. And then, of course, there's the big problem of illicit financial flows, which has been estimated by Ndikumana and his colleagues at about $1.67 trillion between 1970 and 2018, which is far outstripped the external inflows into African countries, both aid, trade, investment, and whatnot. So, transformative social policy, it's important because it seeks to address the underlying causes of poverty and inequality, and to do so by prioritizing economic development. But as I've shown earlier, achieving economic development via structural transformation comes with some structural traps for developing countries. And the focus of transformative social policy is broad-based social provisioning for a number of reasons. I would just mention one, but during the Q&A we can go into further that. Additional has argued, for instance, that means-tested or targeted policies, which is the opposite of transformative social policy, are easy to roll back and get rid of because there's this lack of solidarity and the idea that it's preferential for the marginalized. Of course, it also comes with a stigmatization of the recipients who have to identify themselves as needy or destitute within a social context where that may be distasteful. And then, of course, it's important for democratic citizenship. When we look at the introduction of transformative social policy in Western countries, it came along with broad-based mobilization and expansion of the franchise. So Marshall, for instance, in his theory, which has been, of course, criticized subsequently, but it sees a progression from civil political to social citizenship. And social citizenship important because it answers the question which has become increasingly loud these days, that what is democracy good for? And we are seeing its reverberation in politics across Africa currently. Because of the very broad and ambitious scope of transformative social policy, it comes with a different kind of the pursuit of development. And in particular, it comes with the pursuit of long-term development planning. Interestingly, the Ghanaian president yesterday was talking just about this issue when he swore in the National Development Planning Committee board members. So long-term, the ability to pursue long-term development through thick and thin it is important. There's also the issue of policy, autonomy, and sovereign control of resources. And this, again, is important when we talk about the importance of, when we talk about the challenge of the new age of austerity and how certain policy options, which are bolder in ambition, have been ruled out as irrational or not pragmatic enough. And of course, it's important because of the issue of solidarity and deep democratization. And we are using here deep democratization in contrast to what scholars like Tandika and Kandawere have referred to as choiceless democracy, where the emphasis is on the ballot box, but where effective policy is often outsourced or imposed by the international financial institutions and other multilateral agencies. So we'll just talk very briefly about how the lack of policy autonomy and national ownership of the development process is often translates into reality during periods of crisis. Ndongo Sila has provided a schema of 6 types of claimants to the external revenues, the foreign exchange earnings of a country, from the creditors to the country, foreign direct investment, to citizens, government, business groups. From a democratic framework, the first claimants should be citizens during a period of crisis, whose welfare needs should be prioritized, and definitely from the perspective of transformative social policy as well. And at a point, I might also mention some internal research by the IMF itself, which has argued against austerity, makes a similar point, right, that you need to prioritize citizens' welfare in order to get out of a financial crisis. But then, in most of the programs that countries have to submit to from the IMF in exchange for support, the priority goes to the creditors of the country as well as FDI outflows of the profits on FDI, which is often rarely touched or even comes up for debate at all. And then, of course, whilst activists and scholars like ourselves emphasize the importance of protecting livelihoods during such periods, the issue of the thin democracy that is now prevalent not just in Africa but across the world means that politicians still prioritize the dictates of the financial market and the voices in the multilateral institutions who demands such actions. So, of course, when it comes to IMF programs, there are also some social policy elements, right? In the current program Ghana is running, there's some social protection floor, which is often built not only in the Ghana program, but across the country. Now, such social protection schemes within their programs can be referred to as sweetness in order to, make the program a bit more palatable. But then, as I said earlier, because of the emphasis on austerity, on balance, and the notion that there is a trade-off between the government's ability to provide social services and its ability to not just restructure its debt, but get back to a more sustainable fiscal footing, the issue of social protection or protection of the vulnerable and of the entire population often falls out of view. So now let's focus more directly on the IMF program that Ghana is currently undergoing. As we emphasized earlier, the problem which it's entering into just about a year after it exited its first one. As a result of the unsustainable debt that had accumulated, by the end of 2020, it was over 70%. The ratio of debt to GDP was over 70%, so it was really onerous at that point. So the government sent a request to the IMF, and in May 2023, the program was approved. The core elements of the program, according to both the Ministry of Finance and the IMF itself, is based on the post-COVID program of economic growth that the government itself had developed. So it's supposed to be a homegrown policy. The main elements of which were the restoration of macroeconomic stability, enhancing domestic resource mobilization and strengthening public financial management. And then, of course, because it's the IMF, fostering a conducive environment for the private sector and laying the foundation for inclusive growth, which seems to be an obligatory point to add, because if you look at the details of the program itself, that is not its intention at all. So this is what Ghana has committed to under the program. But if you look at the table on the right, the current program is on the extreme right, which includes fiscal consolidation, debt restructuring, structural reforms with specific details in between. But since 2015, the government has been submitting letters of intent to the IMF. And each year, these broad policy goals appear in one form or the other in each of the policy letters of intent. So whilst the current program is onerous and involves a bit of pain, it doesn't diverge very widely from the way the government deals with the IMF and the international financial institutions in general, and therefore the way it deals also with citizens. So in terms of the social dimension of the program, the built-in social spending floors and targeted setting social transfers. The goal explicitly was to protect, or ostensibly to protect, victims of austerity. So here are the three core areas that the program sought to expand in terms of social protection scheme. It sought to double the benefits under the existing conditional cash transfer scheme. And again, maybe in the next slide, I'll make a brief connection to the Egyptian case, because it's really interesting, the kind of immiseration that the program perpetuates in the name of alleviating hardship. There were also allocations for education, specifically the Ghana School Feeding Program, which has also been rocked by a lot of controversies and scandals in previous years. And in health, there's expanded allocation to the National Health Insurance Scheme. And it's also important to note that whilst allocations are made in the budget, the issue of spending is a whole other thing. And in many instances, allocated budgetary allocations either don't come or come very late and defeat the purpose of the programs for which they were voted, the allocation was made. So if we focus specifically on the LEAP, the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, this amount is 128 to 212 Ghana cedis, is the bi-monthly allocation to households under LEAP. This amount is a doubling of what beneficiaries used to receive. But in dollar terms, it's just 8 to $14 on a, bi-monthly basis. So again, if you think about the Egyptian case and the fact that a majority of the respondents who were receiving these transfers said it was woefully inadequate, it makes sense. How much can $14 do? But also it's probably a measure of the kind of callousness that goes into this policy making, that there's actually a program meant for people exiting from or graduating out of poverty after being on this program for a while, which again begs the question, how is someone able to survive, not let alone thrive? But then the IMF mission chief described it as a very effective program, and in fact, congratulated the government on the increase. The table on the right, I'm not sure if it's very visible from where you are sitting, but it shows the debt to GDP ratio as well, the interest payment on debt as a percentage of GDP in contrast to social spending as a percentage of GDP. For the entire period from 2018 to 2024, the percentage spent on social services was less than 1%, whereas for interest payment, it was at least 4%. Right? So even before the debt crisis struck, there was a crisis of social policy in the country, which is, of course, getting worse. So it's very problematic that the IMF, the last review they did in October 2024, before the previous government lost power, their assessment was that Ghana has actually turned the corner. Ghana's economy has turned the corner. In the successive assessments that they did, in January 2024, they said Ghana was transforming the economy from crisis to a journey of prosperity. And in October 2024, after the staff level agreement was reached, the assessment was that Ghana has performed generally satisfactorily. It has made remarkable progress and exceeded expectations. So these are all, amazing assessments. And yet the program itself didn't address any of the structural and historical roots of the crisis, some of which I mentioned. And although currently the currency is doing very well against all the major currencies, prices are still high, and there's no indication that a similar crisis, debt crisis, won't occur down the line. So I want to quickly return to the elements of transformative social policy that I had touched on earlier on, involving sovereign control of resources, pursuit of long-term development, deep democratization and policy autonomy, and contrast that to the current situation where we have austerity rather than investing in the productive capacity of the state. And here I should mention that the industrialization that happened with the introduction of the imposition of the IMF program in the 1980s. The effect of that deindustrialization has still not been overcome, and the country has still not recovered its manufacturing capacity that it had in the late 1970s, 1980s. So this is actually digging the country into a much deeper hole. There's still a focus on social spending versus, on debt repayment versus social spending. And policy autonomy, here again we are making a little bit of a nuanced argument, because there is, at this point, an almost complete convergence between the policy narratives of the domestic elites and the policy prescriptions coming from the international financial institutions. And an example is the fact that the current government is actually considering renegotiating the IMF deal to have a bigger package in the deal. And in February, when the budget was read, the finance minister actually spoke in positive terms about introducing a shock therapy to stimulate the economy. And for again, critical scholars, that's almost a scary thing to anticipate. Okay, so let me go. Okay, this is the last slide. So we just want to make a few quick conclusions. One is that a developmental state is necessary for overcoming the debt crisis. And again, the elements here that we've discussed here under transformative policy, social policy, are referring specifically to the developmental state. But also, transformative social policy is integral to the developmental state because a government needs to carry its population along. And especially in the current historical conjuncture, marked by imperial decline and a punishment, frankly, of countries that don't stick to their prescribed place in the international system. And I'm saying this because achieving the kind of economic transformation that comes with development and pursuing the developmental state will require breaking a few norms, a few of the accepted norms which were developed within a hegemonic moment. So I will end by giving two quick examples. Mandela's fight with the big pharmaceutical companies over the domestic manufacturing of generic antiretroviral drugs, for instance. They had the capacity to produce it, but the multinationals just wouldn't allow the technology transfer to make that possible. We could go into the details during Q&A. And in Malaysia, there's the Guthrie Dawn raid, where the government actually took very concerted efforts within a very short period of time to ensure that ownership of a very strategic company moved from the British to the Malaysian government. I'll end here since I've gone out of time, but thank you very much.
I think we've seen a whole lot of similarities between the three cases that we heard this morning, that there is a clear erosion of social provisioning. And so the critical question raised by the Ghana paper, what is democracy good for, is important for us to answer in terms of what do we understand by social citizenship. Because I think it's all missed when we talk about elections and election observation and all that. I do appreciate the emphasis on dealing with internal domestic issues, domestic component of these debates, because we tend to externalize and talk about the big boys, as George called them, without really paying sufficient attention to how does it manifest locally. But in my view, while long-term development planning is critical and important, the IMFs of this world just sidestep it. It can be very nicely done locally and very convincing, but it doesn't really guide the policy trajectory of a given country. At least that's my observation. I might be wrong. And they don't want us to have long-term development planning because it takes attention away from debt servicing, which is what they're keenly interested in is that we continue to pay our debt, we continue to be commodity dependent. They don't want us to industrialize. We've been talking about industrialization for a while now and have not been able to really implement it. And so while it is very important that we pay attention when we talk about transformative social policies, that we talk about both the external pressures that come with the debt and the internal component of policy making, the priorities our governments and people make within our own countries, we have to also be cautious about the implication, because this business of homegrown has become sort of a mantra across this continent. I will end by telling you an anecdote. Two people were eating lunch in an Ethiopian restaurant, and the deputy finance minister came and said, "What are you having?" So one of them responded, "Homegrown vegetables." So on that note, I think we have come. From the Egypt paper and the agriculture, and now Ghana, that people have absolute and necessary needs in terms of their own social reproduction that our governments are not paying any attention to. Transformative social policy includes a broad-based coalition of people and their various views and debates. So what democracy is good for is being inclusive in thinking of the African population and not just leaders and IMF representatives. Thank you very much. I think this session is over. Hello. Now that we're all well fed, we can continue to the next phase of the conference, which is to have questions, comments to the presenters. Please. Anyone from the floor, I'll be happy to recognize. Yes, the director, please, Professor Samuel.
Answer 888. So you had about 80 interviews with 8 life histories. I want to know the extent to which the 8 life stories or life histories relate to your findings that you got from the 80 interviews. Is there any kind of correlation?
My question is to Amira. You mentioned about some of the responses that you got from your respondents about what they would have decided if they knew that childbearing is this much expensive and all the challenges around that, and also about like 50% of the women not interested to get married anytime soon. I wonder if you had the opportunity to incorporate a perspective from their partner's side or potential partners, or probably if you have asked men whether they also have such certain kinds of reservations with regard to establishing a family and also the consequences of all these burdens whilst having a family. Thank you.
To Amira. Yeah, you've shared those very sad statistics, and you also mentioned toward the ends of your presentation that you recognize that the Sudanese refugees are in a more precarious situation, but we haven't seen like these data disaggregated based on nationality. And I was wondering if, from your research, you've noticed different responses to your questions between the Egyptians and the Sudanese. And I know all of these stories. My mom is a refugee I'm Sudanese, and my mom is a refugee in Egypt. And I know that her choices are different drastically from one month to another because of all of the reasons you cited. But I was wondering if there is a trend that you managed to identify. Thank you.
3 questions and move on. Malawi. George, you want to answer?
Well, I'll help him do that. Thank you. Yeah, so first of all, we sampled the purposive sampling based on the criteria that we thought these people have been receiving from input subsidy program for some time. They can give us certain information based on stakeholders consultations. So after we did the in-depth interviews, then we identified specific cases which we thought were very peculiar. Maybe they have a certain story which they wanted to tell. So that's why we interviewed them again through their life history to dig deep into some of the life experiences. So how we use the information to substantiate the findings is to be able to kind of look at a historical, because that's the approach that we're following, a historical approach to understand the experiences through different political regimes, through different life changes that they have gone through. So in terms of the presentation, because we're still building up the whole story, so the codes, the stories that we're going to get are going to input into the paper that we're writing, but that's how we're using the stories. As of now, what we presented are basically quotations from these both histories and in-depth interviews. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the question on talking to the partners, this was something I was not able to do because of the ethnographic constraints of talking to, like, me or the women talking to the men in underserved neighborhoods. This is something I thought of experimenting off what I consider this pilot phase of research, because the next step of me talking to the women's husbands would be less threatening in terms of the speculations around why am I asking, what my allegiances are, what my agenda is, especially for the patriarchal context of Egyptian society, where this is heightened among a female researcher asking male participants, especially with refugee status, with the lack of documentation across the board. So thank you for highlighting the importance of a thought I had as a continuation of this first phase. But at the moment, the women mainly said, like, besides the childbearing reflections, one thing that was particularly interesting was this idea that divorce would contribute to better health. So something like this, I would not particularly be able to pose to men in the next stage of this research, but it says something about the space that is there when women talk to women and when asking these kinds of questions, you know. But thank you for this. I will make note of it for an upcoming phase that properly addresses this balanced view of both partners. Just the final note here is that not all the women who said that were married. So the women, I have the demographic breakdown beyond the health, the working employment status. So the women who said we were not thinking of having kids are either married or not yet married, so they're still single. Okay, I hope that is sufficient. Okay, thank you. As for the question on the nationality-based segregation of results, I personally expected to find a lot of discrepancy, whereby the heightened vulnerability would be in the Sudanese women's side with the baggage of crises that they're carrying and basically escaping. However, I made a conscious decision not to do this split because of two things. First, surprisingly, the results were very, very, very similar. There were no statistical differences, statistically significant differences across the board, especially for aspects that I thought definitely were going to be very different, such as, for example, the employment status. It's, I assumed, easier for a national Egyptian resident to acquire some kind of work, even if informal work, than a refugee who's just arrived. To my surprise, this was not the case. And the explanation was that with the influx of Sudanese women, this didn't happen yesterday. It's been going on for like a couple of years, at least 1.5 to 2 years. So over this time, there emerged pockets of communities whereby they facilitated each other's work, of course, informal, precarious, etc. But the kinds of relations that are and support that is available now enabled this trend to be cross-cutting. And I think also the topic has a lot to do with it, because asking about health and health decision-making in the context of the same inflation, the same levels of commodity prices that people have access to, basically the same conditions, might have this similarity of results, whereas asking specifically about things that have to do with baggage of vulnerabilities that people carry would produce significant different results. Here too. Okay, thank you.
And also to Malawi. You mentioned choiceless democracy, borrowing from Kandawire when he talks about how governments come into power and then they're compelled, or pressure is put on them to adopt certain policies and so on, or to alter, the choicelessness. And I wonder, what are some of the choicelessness that through your research you found out that reflect in terms of the policy choices that then the government is taking, or how policy making is on what's the choicelessness that you see in this time. And then for Malawi, I think for a long time, as you mentioned, for a long time, the World Bank and the IMF has pushed for the abandonment, for the government of Malawi to abandon FISP, since, Mutharika's time and so on. So there's been this pressure that the government of Malawi needs to either abandon FISP or replace it, and actually replace it with some other programs like the cash transfer programs and so on. And I wonder, the question is, how does the current debt crisis then provide a window of opportunity, or how has the World Bank used the current debt crisis as a window of opportunity to push forth for changes in FISP, either abandonment or for changes in it? Thank you.
Thank you. It's not a response. It's a question to my colleagues from Ghana. Colleagues from Ghana argue for the development of state. At the same time, they also argue for deep democratization. So I'm curious how you can incorporate these supposedly contradictory aspects. For example, ideally, development of states is based on, with its origins in Asia, it's based on a more autocratic state, more authoritarian state, as it guides the country towards development, some sort of a benevolent dictator. And on the other way, the idea of deep democratization, if I'm correct, you are advocating for it's like governance from below. So could you please explain how you want to integrate these two supposedly contradictory, both in practice and in theory? Thank you.
So, thank you very much. We would start from the last. Of course, the autocratic tendencies that attended the developmental state in Asia was one specific historical form of the developmental state. In fact, Codesria has done a number of work on how to build developmental states in Africa democratically. And I think there's been a lot of thinking that has gone into it. I mean, the idea of development itself has to be democratic. And especially the challenges facing African countries and countries across the global south in terms of pursuing a developmental path needs to be pursued democratically, because the structures currently in place at the multinational level, multilateral level, do not permit development. And to actually pursue this part of development would entail having to step out of the box, which is what they call the rule-based international order box that you have to pursue. One, for instance, would be acquiring access to technology, right? Which may sometimes involve patent violation. That was an example I was giving earlier. Mandela did it. He actually shamed the pharmaceutical companies into letting go of patent enforcement because he went to court over the issue. He insisted the pharmaceutical companies in South Africa could manufacture generics, and yet the international pharmaceutical companies were making a killing out of the sales of antiretroviral drugs. This is just one example, and one specific sector, right? Health. But if you think about the kinds of capacity building in the economic sector, which is required for economic transformation, this would involve substantial transfer of technology, but also heavy investment, which would require moving the people along with the leaders. Another point has to do with agrarian reforms, which has also been mentioned earlier. attaining food sovereignty also involves not only importing food, because that sometimes exacerbates the debt problem, but investing in agrarian structures and livelihoods in a way that would uplift not only those in the rural areas, but also in the urban areas, again, which requires deep democratization to get the people along. But basically, the point is that the process of pursuing development is definitely going to attract a backlash. And you see that in the fact that the first generation of African leaders, broadly pursuing what they termed African socialism, were one by one toppled, some were assassinated, because they were pursuing a path which was not consistent with the interest of international monopoly capital. There seems to be some window of opportunity now, but the leaders will definitely need to get the people along with them. And you can't do that autocratically. There needs to be an alignment between the people and their leaders. My colleague would take the other.
Okay, well, if I should follow on from what Kofi had just said relating to the first question, it kind of ties into the issues that you were raising. When we think of the choiceless democracies, the whole narrative of democracy as sold to most Africans is essentially power to the people, presumably, where decision-making emanates, not necessarily from bottom-up, but that there's engagement, active participation, and there's consultation, which derives from all of these activities which broadly fit within a democracy, so to speak. So the essence of it being choiceless is essentially one in which aspirations are channeled through what we call democratic elections. The choices, however attained, result in a government, but then the direction of the government eventually veers off the hopes and aspirations which were embedded in the voting, let's say, and the choices that were coming from the various, if like, groups within the process. So there are several examples that we will probably cite, such as the more recent domestic debt exchange program, which we literally had to force on the people, even though it wasn't really their choice. And the narrative that governments normally tend to provide when dealing with the population, especially in relation to creditors, who are normally described as development partners, not the appropriate term, creditors, because effectively they are not, in a radical sense, development partners. They are really, persons who provide burden on us. And there are many examples like that, even in the budgeting process, where governments are literally bound by frameworks which are set by the IMF in terms of either short-term, medium-term, within which governments are supposed to really navigate revenue spending. If they go out, then they come back again to the IMF, more or less, not the people. And that shapes policy options away from issues that ultimately bring about the transformation which social policy eventually aims to bring about. So that's what we broadly mean by choiceless democracy. It's not necessarily a bottom-up democratic framework, but one which you have more active engagement, participation, and consultation.
Has it manifested in Ghana? What are the ways in which choicelessness has manifested now within this debt bracket? Yeah.
Okay,
if there are examples from Ghana.
So the example was the DDEP, for example, right? And more recently, okay, so if I have to explain the debt exchange program, right? So when eventually we were informed by the government that we had defaulted on our debt. So there was a bunch of external debt and there was internal debt. Now, there were several options that were available, notably cutting expenditure, which was probably the easiest way. But based on consultations with external advisors, the options was largely one in which the burden of reducing the debt had to be transferred mainly initially on domestic debt holders, right, which included pensioners. And that certainly flew in the face of every, if you like, democratic, if you like, tendencies, because these were persons who were not actively working, had bought government debt in the hope of managing their finances in retirement. And the sentiments from different groups within the country, which we can say are the voices in the democracy, were against this option. Nevertheless, the choice which the government imposed was one, again, based on advice from apparently a French consulting firm, that this was the way to go to ease the pressure on the government, not the people. And eventually ended up transferring a lot more burden and pain on the people. So that's one example, yeah.
So maybe to give another quick example, this happened shortly before the program with the IMF was finalized, but the government introduced an electronic transaction levy called e-levy, or mobile money transaction. It was deeply unpopular. The finance minister sold it as an alternative to going to the IMF. And, it was so unpopular, it actually led to a fight in parliament. It was that bad. They managed to push it through, and then a couple of months later, the country still went to the IMF. And against a lot of opposition, they still kept it. It's been recently repealed. So I think that's one example. And maybe something else to tie into the previous point about deep democratization. Some have argued, like Prabhat Patnaik, that the elites of developing countries have essentially seceded from the state. They are living there, but they've seceded. Seceded in terms of seeing their interests as almost synonymous with the interests of the international capital elite. This is important because Ghana's former finance minister is an investment banker, and there's been a lot of discussion about how his bank and by implication, he himself stood to gain from fees on the bond transactions that the country made. So, of course, that's also part of it, to note that the choicelessness, the source of the choicelessness is now a bit more generalized now. The domestic elites, in many ways, are indistinguishable from the international financial institutions and multilateral actors because of some of these transformations.
Chair, and you kept on emphasizing the importance of not local component, not just external, and also the notion of policy autonomy. In view of this choiceless democracy that we're all living under, how would you reconcile those? The need for policy autonomy being very important, especially in terms of mounting transformative social policy, but at the same time being constrained by this choicelessness.
I would say that historical moment is very challenging for the pursuit of, what may be called autonomous, homegrown policy making, because many of the national elite, not just in government, but also in academia, when the crisis started, a lot of the public discussion pushed by intellectuals in the universities and in think tanks was for the government to go to the IMF, because a certain common sense has emerged about how to manage an economy. So this goes to the new age of austerity, right? Every sensible person in public discourse now believes this is the way to go. As a result, it's often difficult to tell what is homegrown, like totally homegrown, simply because it's coming from a particular country. This is important because there are alternative voices, definitely, but they often get swamped in the public. Even what is discussed in the media personnel often reach out to certain people who tend to parrot IMF or World Bank talking points. The other point I also want to note is that if we look at the letters of intent which the government had been submitting to the IMF since 2015, they contain the same set of policy measures which are coming from the government itself. So in many ways, yeah, there seems to be a fusion there. But then within the country, there are often calls for different kind of politics, different social policy measures that is coming. That's why we make the point about deep democratization. That goes beyond the policy elite, because in many ways the policy elite are no longer a representation of the people among whom they emerge. So I don't know if that fully answers your question.
If I may add, well, the solution might be a bit radical in the sense that following on from the notion of deep democratization, if we take for granted that these elites have now come supposedly to their senses and that they really want to, quote, own some of these, then they would have to break away from these ties which they are fairly comfortable with, particularly in the West, and the convention that these are the ways that you manage a country. And whether or not that pain which is associated with that breakup can be tolerated by the population represents the key to, the new path. But until that marriage between the elite and the population is achieved, hopefully through a very proper democratic system, which at least carries everybody along through a path which sees the benefits, even when in the long run, that we can all go through the pain and then ultimately achieve the fruits of that process. Once that is done, it will be possible to then, as it were, have a choice and then move in directions which are contrary to the established norms. But in the absence of that marriage, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but given current circumstances, it will be pretty much suicidal for most of the political elite and even like the intellectual elite to think outside that framework. It sounds depressing, but there is still hope.
To answer questions to Malawi, we'll make it quickly. Loveness will also add something. So I think the basic line, we left two key features of these input subsidies. Number one is, in trying to answer that question, we're sort of taking a landscape approach. Number one is to understand that digitalization accompanies these input subsidies, online platforms. Number two is the idea of agro-entrepreneurship. Agro-dealers are also part of this key input subsidy program. Then on the other end, we also need to understand the role of the IMF, World Bank, and other international organizations with regards to agriculture. IMF and other organizations regards and views that smallholder farmers in the global south, they are poor because they lack market integration, and they also don't have access to technology. Therefore, if you look at the input subsidy programs in Malawi, we see the versions of the IMF playing out. For example, there's this kind of market linkages through agro dealers, upstream, downstream. Number one. Number two, we also see digitalization, and number three, we also see technology through hybrid seeds, Dew Point, Pioneer, and Bayer. These are the technology companies which provide the packages. So IMF just like capital and World Bank just like capital, the operating contradictions. They may want to say the program is not good, but if you go deep down introspection shows that it saves their visions of a transformative agriculture in terms of technology and digitalization, as well as making those smallholder farmers. So I would say the program is deep, much embedded. You know, there are a lot of interest involved, but I think Lapnes will say something.
Indeed. One thing I wanted to point out is that the IMF and World Bank, in several other ways, they've been pushing for abandonment of the program. Recently, we had the fallout deal. I think I presented the IMF deal that was rejected, I would say, cut off because it started and then in the middle, and they were giving conditions, one of which was to abandon FISIP. But then it's also attached to political interest. Like George is saying, there are so many interests involved in the program. So those are the ones that need to be considered. On the government front, you look at it, they look at it as something which is for their political gains, like the people want, if they are promised the subsidies, they will vote for that particular government. But also other interests that are served in terms of companies that logistics, they finance the politics. So those ones are also on the back of the government to say, don't do this, don't do this. So as it is, the deal failed, and it's at a standpoint, and the IMF said that it was just actually last week. They said they'll give it until the elections, because we're having elections in September, and they'll see who comes, and then maybe they can review the conditions. But basically, among other things, FISIP is one of them, which IMF wants to change. So, but then on the political side, it's also backed up by so many interests. The recent Afrobarometer also showed that most of the people, they don't. Okay, the majority said the program should continue because it has some gains, but a good number, like 36%, they said, I think the program should end because of the so many burdens that it's bearing. Thank you.
Yeah, we have taken over now. Now, just some quick on Amira, I think, and Kofi, you mentioned conditional cash transfers. What are the conditions that the government gives, just for interest's sake? And then the other comment is on, I think it was made under Kofi's presentation. The continent itself does not have, I mean, its debt problem is much smaller than the debt to GDP ratio of advanced countries. And yet, for example, the most indebted country in the world is Japan. It's 251% of GDP. But Japan has no debt crisis. Ghana is now sitting at 65%, yet has a crisis. So as African, we have to think, what is it that causes a crisis in debt? It's not the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio. It's the structure of the economy, because the economy is so dependent on these foreign flows. Japan, 92% of that debt is actually borrowed from non-banking sector, your insurance companies, they are local. So Japan is able to manage its financial sovereignty. Whereas Ghana, you have to rely for dollars to come in, and that's a problem. So I think that it's important for us to put that into context. I was also going to just mention, for policy funding, social policy funding particularly, one of the patterns we are seeing across the continent is the difference between the allocation. So there are three things. One is allocation from the national budget, and then disbursement, and the actual spending. Yeah, so the tracking of social policy, we have to track it at these three levels. And in most cases, you would find that the actual spending is far much less than what the budget says we allocated. Yeah, and partly because of the disbursement gets lower, especially for social policy spending. I thought that it's important for us as we give the figures from the national budget to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to Kofi and his team, so part of what you say is the problem is this collusion between the government elite, the intellectual elite. So I would add to this, I think, the policy entrepreneurs, including those people from these policy think tanks. And I think Marion has written an interesting paper about this, how policy making is made. But I would like to ask you about where you position yourselves as academic within that landscape. Also, because I tend to think that part of the problem has been also the prophets of neoliberalism who go to train at the leading institutions in Europe and then come back to Africa and become advisors to the president, and have these ideas that nobody can contest because they have studied at London School of Economics, they've studied at Oxford, and these scholarships also train new next generation leaders, people who are going somewhere like yourselves. Then to the Malawi case, what do you say then is the alternative to FISIP? What should we do with FISIP? It's almost the same politics that we see in Zambia. And somehow we resist throwing it away, but then we resist reforming it. So what should we do with it?
There are media people online. If they have questions to pose to us, we will be happy to entertain that. Okay. George, you see that? You saw that, right? George? Okay.
Much of the question, we are looking for the answer, Chair. Okay.
That's good. The answer is difficult. So let's go to Ghana then, and they might have time to reflect on that.
Okay, thank you. The first question was about the conditions attached to LEAP. For household with school-going children, the kids have to go to school, and there are vaccinations that they also have to, the kids will have to get vaccinated. Why debt crisis across Africa rather than in the advanced country? There's an international hierarchy of currencies, right? So if a global reserve currency, you have a bigger scope for borrowing. In Ghana and other African countries where a substantial part of the debt is coming from, is foreign currency denominated, and also coming from the bond market, which is more expensive to do. There's a problem there. Okay, the point about the deviation between budgetary allocation, disbursement, and funding, that's a very important one. I've done some research in the past on the fertilizer subsidy program in Ghana. The deviations are very wide. In this case, the spending actually ends up being far higher than was allocated because it provides opportunities for politicians to, make a bit on the side. And we definitely align with the argument about policy entrepreneurs. And I am very much against them. Okay, so I think Egypt also had a question on the conditional cash transfer.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, it's more complicated. There isn't a straight answer because, long story short, the conditional cash transfer program in Egypt is called Takaful, and it was launched after the model of the Bolsa Familia program in Brazil. And simultaneously was the Karama program. They're usually referred to as the T and K program as one thing. And the Karama is not conditional, it just supports the elderly, the differently abled, and orphans. If we move back to Takaful, which is the conditional part of the program, the conditions that are on paper are also similar to Ghana in terms of school attendance. I think the attendance rate was about 85% of children going to school. And monthly checkups for their health, prenatal and also for the children after birth at the health centers. This was in 2015. And what happened after people started getting the transfers was that there appeared to be a disconnect between what there is on paper in terms of the required conditions and what happens on the ground, whereby no one even asks about the conditions. It's not part of the supply chain process between when people get the cash and on what basis they receive it, etc. And this is just one of many inconsistencies of the program. People recently have suddenly been taken off lists for reasons that they don't understand. Again, this funneling chain of aid or support is also very similar to this three-stage tracking of where money goes and to whom.
Chair. So I'll answer what should be done to fix it. Okay, first starting point is that we really need FISIP. The households are very poor in the countryside, but what we could advocate for is a proper and genuine subsidy scheme, which is based on social justice, and also which is sort of a graduated scheme. For example, you cannot expect a farmer, a local farmer who is crippled, maybe with a disability, to pay the same amount with a farmer who is not disabled. Some farmers, so let's have something which is more graduated based on a farmer's social standing because of their heterogeneity, then something which is a genuine subsidy. Because if I'm to be very blunt, this is more of a political subsidy because it becomes very effective in election cycles. So let's have a genuine input subsidy based on social justice, which takes cognizance of the heterogeneity of the farmers. And of course, we cannot change the whole system because that will then go to ecological concerns, because most of these seeds are hybrid. But, it's not, what do they say? It's not an empty glass, it's a half glass. We have the idea of an input subsidy. Let's improve it, make it more just and more accessible to the rural poor. Then Loveness will attend to the aid question. Thank you.
Yes, so of course, the full impact of the USA aid cut may not be fully understood at this point because it just happened. But I think gradually we've been seeing donors pulling out of providing aid, and how it affects the whole situation is that the debt servicing, which is mostly done through the loans that are gotten or the aid that is gotten, becomes problematic. So That's why most of the times we don't properly service the debt. And even the budget that becomes very ambitious without funds. Now going back to what was being said about what is allocated and what is disbursed, again, what is spent. So all that affects how the country can be able to cope with the debt situation. So that's one thing. The other thing is about how the general population has been affected through the aid cut. There have been layoffs, so many people who were breadwinners have been laid off. It means they may not be able to support the countryside in terms of how they can be able to benefit from the farm input subsidy program or even other social protection initiatives that are there. Thank you.
It's not a question, but more of a reflection on this Japan situation. Because if we just look at the figures, let's say 50 to 90% of debt to GDP in Africa versus 250 something. I would just like to add just a tiny reflection on what Kofi said in terms of the currency, is that most of the debt, at least in Egypt, is external. It's not internal debt. And there is this loop cycle of borrowing through a foreign currency to be able to repay old debts. And so the use of the debt is related to this cycle of debt servicing and repayment, which is very vulnerable because of the currency situation. So with every devaluation that happens, the cost of repaying former debt balloons further. I think in Japan it's mainly to support livelihoods, so infrastructure, aging populations, etc. So it ultimately ties back to who are we indebted to, and on what basis, and in what currency. Thank you.
I want to add on the discussion about development and democracy and the issue that I think Kofi alluded to. I just want to add that I think we should also be very audacious and kind of bold enough to challenge and to question the false promise that has been sold about the value of like liberal competitive democracy as we see it being practiced across the continent, which has never really served the purpose of addressing the structural bottlenecks that most of our countries are suffering from. So I think when and definitely any conceptualization of democracy, any element of meaningful political participation of our societies has to definitely be directly reflected in the socio-economic and political decision-making processes, rather than the cyclical nature of the competitiveness, or having a resemblance in our parliamentary sittings, or all those performative practices. So I think in that sense, if we are bold enough to question what do you mean by democracy and to what extent that it's relevant for our existential challenge, we can definitely then redefine its relationship with development. Because the way that it's been practiced, the way it's been institutionalized, the way it has been kind of been invested on. Can you imagine how much money our countries are wasting, I can say, when every 5 or 6 years to run those elections? I think there is a big question to be answered. Thank you.
So what are the lessons we learned from 17 rounds of debt restructuring? For the rest of us as well, who might not have gone that route. And if I may just put a footnote, this thing about homegrown policies used to be promoted by people like Nyerere, Mugabe, etc., in response to public resistance to structural adjustment. So they would say, no, 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 this did not come from the World Bank, it's homegrown. Now, all we have to do is download it from the World Bank's website. We've come a long way, but justifying that. So if you could tie this up to this 17 years, 17 rounds of what lessons can we say we have garnered in terms of formulating an audacious, socially transformative social policy going forward?
So I think what we have glimpsed so far is that the future is not bright if we keep on the way we are. And I think we can link that to the issue of liberal democracy, right? We are operating within a certain framework which is designed to reproduce the outcome we are seeing. There's a paper I'm working on where I argue liberal democracy is neither liberal nor democratic, right? Because when liberalism was exported outside Europe, Marx talked about the idyllic moment of primitive accumulation, extraction, enslavement, genocide, and whatnot. So, and we are seeing currently in the West, but also there's a long history of very illiberal conduct of governments when the rights of or the interests of the ruling classes have been at stake. So that's liberal. Democracy within a liberal democratic context is designed to, one, it's not democratic because it's the interest of the moneyed classes that get translated into policy, because they fund the political parties. And in Ghana, campaign financing is a big issue. But also just the structural power of the wealthy, right? Because they are business owners and employees. So governments tend to be attentive to their needs. And the entire framework for pursuing development occurs within this context. So, the examples I gave earlier, Mandela, for instance, it was like a one-off, it wasn't comprehensive and whatnot, but it took a lot of pushback. And it was going against the liberal system, the system which has been put in place to pursue development, which isn't willing to transfer technology, for instance, and the quote I put up from the UN Secretary General actually acknowledged that the wealthy countries currently are very extremely reluctant to accommodate any suggestions for even minor tweaks to the system. The other example we had was from Malaysia, 1981, when they did the Guthrie Dawn raid, which was, some would call a rough tactic way of taking back control of a critical national asset from the British, which they had maintained even after independence. They had to work within the legal structures then, but they wouldn't have been able to do ordinarily. So this comes to the issue of homegrown policy. We realize the kinds of steps that need to be taken are not just bold, but audacious and potentially rule-breaking, which would require the government to carry the people along with them, because there are going to be consequences, either in terms of sanctions, either in terms of being frozen out of international financial markets. And we know EU and the US control the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. And so if any bold policy move infringe on the interest of cooperation, they can freeze out countries from financing that actually they are entitled to by virtue of the layout of the international financial institution. So I think the issues are intertwined. We are seeing these days for African leaders to step out of the norm. And this accounts for the growing popularity of Traore in Burkina Faso and the AES in general, also of Faye and Sonko in Senegal. So yeah, there's definitely an appetite there. I think in this case, the people are really pushing the government for homegrown, but the governments, of course, they have their interests in many ways aligned with the multilateral institutions. And I must note that many of the finance ministers we've had in Ghana, but also in many parts of Africa, have had a stint at either the IMF or the World Bank. So in a sense, there's a pipeline. And in Senegal, the current finance minister is an IMF alum, although the government is pursuing a really bold vision at this point.
Okay, well, if I may touch on the lessons or reasons why we've gone 17 times to the IMF. Hopefully, it may be the last, but given the nature of our economic structure, it's probably not going to be the last. So if I can summarize why 17 times. Okay, so the lessons are largely one of not learning from the mistakes of the past. Because inevitably, the one thing that runs through is that we keep making the same mistakes, and then we come back to the same point, as if we've been programmed to keep making mistakes. And it ties into the point made regarding the need to question what democracy means, but more broadly what governments in Africa really represent, and how they can navigate the new, if you like, globalized framework of international governance and international finance, which we find ourselves in, because immediately we cannot extricate ourselves, but then greater responsibility to the people and greater responsiveness to the needs of the people would be the, shall we say, lesson that has not been learned but needs to be taken forward to stop the reoccurrence of having to fall to either the IMF or some other multilateral institution for assistance during distress. I don't know if I've provided an answer to your question.
Mine is just a clarification from Ghana. You talked about the LEAP project, and the way you presented it is like graduating from cash transfers. Would that be the way to go, to graduate from conditional cash transfers as an alternative to dependency, and eventually get to policy autonomy? Then the other question is to the Malawian team. You talked about the input subsidies program has been used as a tool for political campaigns. And that means the way you presented it is it's a major program. So how is it with the other social programs in other sectors, like health, education, things like school feeding? Have they been used for the same purpose? And there was a question that was posed to you, how to be the alternative to it? How do we get out of the use of those programs as political enticements during campaigns? Thank you.
Ghana will start, but we can start.
Okay.
Yes, so one of the reasons why FISIP is much on the table, because like we indicated, there are so many people that depend on agriculture. So agriculture is very, very important for, I'm not saying health is not important, but agricultural policies, even in terms of spending, they are also given a priority because they kind of help to reach out to the communities in terms of how we can maintain food security. But also, the nation depends on agriculture for its exports. So that's why it becomes very important. That's why the other social policy programs are also affected, but maybe in terms of politics, it doesn't come out very clearly because maybe there are several controls, but also because the people would not be pushing so much about those programs. For example, health, people know that they will get health services, but there are outcries in terms of how the reduction in spending is affecting the health. But for the FISIP is more like a tool which people use in terms of campaigns to say, okay, we are promising you these things, and they keep on changing in terms of maybe the package, in terms of who they are targeting, and all sorts of things. Yeah, but that's the reason why we focused on this, and it's also the reason why maybe as a country it becomes an issue. Yeah. So George will also finish on the other question.
So the other question is like, why is it people are still vulnerable, right? So I think I'll answer with cases from Zimbabwe. Mostly it's a two-way street in Zimbabwe. For example, a code for a rally, people ask, oh, we go to a rally, what are we getting? So I think it goes to the political culture in Africa. It's more sort of an exchange. It's sort of transactional. So I think it goes to changing the political culture so that people know that they deserve this from the jute bearer. It's not a favor, something like that. There's need for political re-education so that people claim their rights and not be, abused by politicians. That's what I think mostly with the patronage politics. We cannot blame the politician alone. It is also to be blamed on the citizen, but it's a bigger complex issue depending on vulnerabilities. They cannot propose this to elites, but it's more about power asymmetries. You can abuse the next person if you sort of stand in a high power position. So that's what I think, the political culture. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The LEAP, which is the conditional cash transfer in Ghana, is expected to kind of tide people over until they are able to transition out of the program. The transitional program is not intensive public works, which is to get them involved in some of these public work programs. The issue is that the disbursement allowances are too little to actually transition anyone out of poverty. So it almost never happens. In principle, yes, it's great to have people actually self-sufficient rather than dependent on the state, but neither the cash transfer program nor this transitional program are enough to do that. But, any program for dignified self-sufficiency for individuals would include, it should be a kind of broad-based program, which is, again, why we go back to the interconnectedness between transformative social policy and the developmental states, right? So that at whatever level they are working, it kind of makes sense. And the state support that is going into livelihoods is also part of a broad economic developmental agenda.
Afternoon, it's Mozambique and Ethiopia that will be presenting, and they have 1 hour to present. We have Ethiopia and Mozambique. Did you just hear the change in program? We will be back at 2:30 instead of 3. They said we will be back at 2:30 instead of 3.
Okay.
He's doing the budget. Access to data is so complicated.
It is.
And the data that we have, it's not always comparable across the years or across
Yeah, the variables
issues. Yeah.
keep on changing. Because it's still improving in Kachika, adding lots of variables, right?
For our limitations on methodology
So if you co-researcher attending virtually or? Oh, can I email it to you? I'm trying to put it on the...
I will email it to you, but closer. Is it okay?
Can I send it right now to you?
And I think in half an hour is okay.
Because it kept on coming.
Okay.
But so we have to sit.
So you can carry your laptop. Yeah. I think the standard
Okay.
Okay, I met you.
Overnight, okay, no problem. Okay, I think it's fine. Thank you so much, and thank the person as well.
So it's only later that it's done. Yeah, we're going to get, once you get the other thing is the contract. And their department is quite big because they have like 13. So look at the okay. Because, yeah, I don't want you to say, no receipt, no what, no.
I cannot exchange them. I cannot exchange CDs back home.
Okay. So so you were thinking that you would spend it here, so cities
But yeah, we can use the card, no?
Oh, okay, all right. So we should wait till we get the card.
Okay.
That might be on Friday.
Do you need the invoice now?
Yes, if you can let me know.
Yeah, for this one, because I will need that in dollars, but the EM can be in
Yeah, this one we will fund it with your next branch. Your next branch.
Okay. It's easy to lose them, and once you lose them,
But I think those who want their per diem, they can get it.
Sorry? Do you have any friendly options?
how are you?
Yeah. Yeah, he was my student back in the days. Yeah.
architecture, Gabriel Mar, and he's going to be presenting on debt crisis and the social policy architecture in Ethiopia 2010 to 2024. So Ayob, the floor is yours, and you've got 30 minutes starting now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming back after lunch. I will do the presentation now. I hope I will be able to move the slides. So what I will be doing is to present, okay, it's moving. First, I would like to present the key question and the core argument that I put forward in this research. And what I'm trying to do is, what are the key features of change and continuity within the Ethiopian context since 2010, and what are the approach of debt and debt crisis, and also the managing the debt crisis in Ethiopia, and the social policy implications on the social policy architecture. In terms of arguments, and which also constitute the major segment of my research report, the first one is the developmentalist period, essentially from the roughly 2005, but I would focus from 2010, has had a very holistic approach to implement transformative social policy with partial success, and probably it's structural bottlenecks that couldn't really move things forward as it was initially imagined. Then we have a drastic change since 2018. We have a new government in power, which has adopted a neoliberal approach, which shifted the orientation to more into a minimalist approach of social policy, and also lots of other factors also created more problem within the broader context in terms of COVID pandemic, civil war, and also the fragile global political economy. I don't know whether this sticker is working or am I doing it wrong? Yeah, can you check please? Then, what do I do? Oh, okay. And the post-2018 period have also witnessed a period of losing more of the policy sovereignty that Ethiopia used to enjoy in the previous period. And the fourth major argument is on the issues of gender inequalities. The developmentalist period tried to implement lots of gender-specific programs and initiatives. However, the structural challenge of gender inequality remained less addressed. But what we have at the moment is also like this neoliberal policy orientation would also create more problem of gender inequality because of the removal of lots of subsidies and also already existing structural and institutional challenges that compound the sphere of gender inequality. Is it from my hand or? Okay, so the analytical lens that I'm using has these two perspectives. One is the minimalist approach, and then the transformative social policy approach. And what we have is this approach also determines the nature of the state and the state-society relationship. And what we have in the to where? To there. Okay. So the minimalist social policy approach, as you all know, defines social policy just as corrective measures, and very much in the interest of making sure that the market principles are respected. The approach tries to frame this the trade-off approach between equity and efficiency, and equity and growth. And of course, the issue of targeting, means-tested targeting, is an essential component of that. But it's also quite clear to see that a government needs to have more capacity within itself to implement this means-tested social policy intervention. But as you know, the Mali social policy has a very limited orientation towards the capacity of the states, so small states, with the intention of reducing state expenditure. And if you're familiar with the Supreme report, almost all these issues of limited budget deficit, removal of subsidies, and rationalization of government expenditure, the currency devaluation, introduction of new taxes, and also increasing the types of tax is key aspects of minimal social policy. And then we have transformative social policy. I think Rome is well versed about what transformative social policy is all about. And what I want to emphasize here is what Tandika said, that social policy is economic policy and economic policy is social policy. Creating that false dichotomy between the two is a very questionable and probably wrong approach. And Adesina's understanding of using social policy for production, protection, redistribution, reproduction, and also nation building. And we definitely see this element clearly kind of pursued within the Ethiopian context. I'm not a historian, but I like historical approach. And what we have is, just to understand the Ethiopian context, I think it's important to see what has happened before. And what we have is probably to start from the early 2000s. In 2001, there was an internal political rift within the elites of the ruling party, within the TPLF. And then also we had a contested national election in 2005. The major outcome of these two movements is, I would argue, power consolidation to the late Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. He became a more dominant leader within his party, both within within TPLF and also within the broader umbrella party EPRDF, and also the authoritarian nature of the Ethiopian state also become, especially within EPRDF, become more bolstered after the 2005 election. I would argue even that that election has a very democratic image because of the relatively freer space, but the outcome was more authoritarian than democratic. Then we have the 2010 Growth and Transformation Plan, which has clearly officially declared pursuing democratic developmental states is one of the objectives of the 5-year Growth and Transformation Plan. And what followed from that is significant increase in the public investment in issues in areas of infrastructure development, housing, dams, investment and also new programs of introducing social insurance. Private sector was not included in the pension scheme, so a new policy directive was initiated. The government was the government designed this policy document by itself. Like the so-called donors were kind of caught by surprise. They were not consulted. They were just simply asked to support it. So that aspect of policy sovereignty was there, but also it has also a flip side. It was also a period of severe political repression. And then comes the neoliberal reform in 2018. What we have from this moment is just a clear classical neoliberal approach of liberalization, privatization, and deregulation, withdrawal of state subsidies, and now most of this support for the vulnerable, for the marginalized members of community are pursued at a very ad hoc level with a charity-like support, mainly for the photo op operation of government officials and also policy sovereignty. And I'll demonstrate it further. Then probably it's to discuss the developmentalist period. This is my favorite slide, and probably you will know at the end why it's my favorite slide. This quote from Meles Zenawi in one of his academic publications published in 2012, he argues that development is a political process first and an economic and social process after. It is the creation of political setup that is conducive to accelerated development that sets the ball of development rolling. This kind of challenges the entire normative understanding of what development is, especially the good governance agenda, which sets a very technocratic process of if so long as you have a couple of people around here and there, you will achieve development. No, that is not the case. That's his orientation. That's how he designed and pursued the Ethiopian developmental state model. And what we have in that context is from 2010 is a planned rational orientation. Of course, we had planned economies in the past, primarily for ideological purpose, but here it's within a clear, rationalized understanding of addressing the multi-layered developmental challenge that the countries have been facing for lots of years. So food security, energy capacity, sales capacity, disciplining the private sector. There was particular legislation which forced the private banks to buy government bonds from, if they disperse from their monthly disbursement of loans, they have to buy using 27% of their loan disbursement, they have to buy treasury bond. That treasury bond will be used within the government policy bank, the Development Bank of Ethiopia, to finance development projects. So housing, health and education, major investment, and also the energy sector. If you've heard the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, it's the mobilization of resources. Housing, for instance, there was a massive initiative of mobilizing money from the citizens, where the government would provide 60% if the population says 40%. So that helped to mobilize lots of resources from within. And I'm not sure whether you can see this table. What we had between 2008 and 2015-16 is almost, on average, almost 68-69% of the government expenditure was on poor areas as defined by the World Bank, on issues of education, health, agriculture, roads, and water. This is a massive investment, and the government have been using the resources that it has been generating, of course, lots of money printing as well, to finance this developmental objective. And both the IMF and the World Bank were recognizing that the country has been achieving substantive economic growth, not just in nominal terms, but also substantively. For instance, Ethiopia achieved a couple of Millennium Development Goals, especially with regard to child mortality, maternal mortality, before the deadline, before 2015. And also the Human Development Index, as you can see, from comparing with other African countries and also the sub-Saharan average. The one on the further side is the Ethiopian case, and there was, of course, substantive change. So this was the fruits of developmentalism, and this is one of the quotes from the interviews, kind of appreciating how the Prime Minister saw that perhaps some of its policy decisions might have inflationary impact. So coming up with additional policy instruments that will allow to collect the mass flow of money from the economy was more of like something quite well thought. And of course, the debt stress starts to appear primarily in the second phase of the growth and transformation plan, 2015 and 2020. And it was primarily because of a shift within the ruling elite. As you may know, Meles died in 2012, and most of the elite started to shift toward this more of like investment-oriented policy orientation, and they went to the global market and borrowed $1 billion USD from Eurobond, primarily to finance industrial parks and the Ethio-Djibouti Railway. Of course, within the same development model, but with some new tweaks. And as you could see, the threshold of IMF's debt stress, the second graph, was not passed until 2014-2015. It was primarily that Eurobond that created more stress. And of course, then comes IMF with its loans, especially from the 2018 to the 2025 period. Of course, the political process by itself is also quite fragile because of the very ethnicized politics that's been very much at the center of EPRDF. which created more internal division than cohesion, especially the more that the economy became more wide and resource rich, the competition for the control of rents and resources become riff, and it created more problem. And of course, from within, a more liberal-oriented group become victorious through the process, which received a significant blessing from the World Bank and IMF. As you could see, series of financing then become available to Ethiopia. None of this was available before that. Before that, the government was very much assertive in setting the development agenda rather than them, so they were not doing any kind of financing, or at least to this scale. Not only them, but also the European countries and also including the US. And what you would see is then the new government come up with its own homegrown economic reform. I call it homegrown economic reform 1.0, which has almost exact wordings of all the Article 4 reports that were coming out from IMF of 2017, 2018, 2019, like phasing out implicit subsidies, rationalizing subsidies, public sector retrenchment, flexible exchange rate, promoting competitive market, privatization, almost word by word copied into this so-called homegrown economic reform document. And this one is from the second, so that document served the first 3 years, and the second 3 years from 2022, much more elaborated homegrown economic reform document 2.0. And what we have here is, of course, during the second phase, COVID happened, the multiple shocks. The COVID happened, civil war, which significantly created massive damage on the Ethiopian economy, and also the global crisis was also part of that. And what we have is, this is a copy from a section of the second homegrown economic reform document, which says, I'm just reading the statement that I bold, it says, efficiency of spending and subsidy programs to overcome macroeconomic stress and sustain the fiscal balance. Targeted and efficient government spending and subsidies are essential tools to achieve specific socioeconomic objectives and correct market failures. We know whose language is this. Of course, the same continues, strict fiscal financial discipline, efficient budget execution to minimize financial cost of the budgetary operations, paying off the national public debt. So there was no, the government said that I'm not going to give any kind of further budget support for the regions because I have to pay the debt. Then the regions were given new power to raise new taxes. That is the property tax. The new legislation just came out, I think, 2 days ago. Of course, the government claimed that it has reduced the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio significantly, I would say, and also the external debt to GDP ratio has also reduced. And the conventional laws, especially with China, were renegotiated for a number of reasons. And of course, the post-COVID period also helped in some ways. But during this time, it all came at a massive cost. As I said, the policy, the neoliberal policy orientation, and the multiple shocks significantly reduced the rate of economic growth rates in all sectors. And even a report by UNDP in 2021 shows even an increase in the poverty head count in the country. It was going significantly low. It was going just in one direction, but now it's been reversed. And of course, both the policy decisions and also the multiple shocks contribute for this. And these are graphs that show the spending. The first one is public debt and public debt service. I cannot see it from there. For 3 years period. So the red one is 2020, the blue one is 2021, and the gray one is 2022. What you could see is, of course, during the COVID period, the gray one is somehow increasing, but it's been drastically decreasing as well. And these are just simply numbers that shows that how the percentage of debt repayment, which is 18% from the last year's budgeting, whereby for water and sanitation is 3%, for agriculture it's 3%, for education is 10%. And of course, the subsidies, the significant increase that you see in the graph is how the fuel price has increased, which has a significant impact on families' expense. Then comes policy sovereignty. This is the first World Bank mission that came to Ethiopia to negotiate with the Ethiopian government in 1950. So Ethiopia has a long history of negotiating with the World Bank, and it's not. It has been negotiating with it from a very strong position. And more recently, Robert Wade and Joseph Stiglitz recorded how Ethiopia significantly repelled the full-blown liberalization in the 1990s by refusing to let go the commanding heads of the economy from being controlled by the government. And also, the Ethiopian government usually raises a sovereignty card whenever they negotiate with donors and even so-called development partners. But what we recently have is a very significant change. And these are direct quotes. I try to be more truthful as much as possible when I translate them from Amharic to English. And this is what the current Prime Minister said. He said, borrowing from the IMF and the World Bank is like borrowing from one's mother. This is not a loan. Once they give us a 1 billion birr loan, the repayment period is 20 or 30 years with 2 or 3% interest rate. Ethiopia was disadvantaged because it avoided borrowing from these institutions, and it continues. And the second quote is when, after the last election, after he presented his cabinet members, one of the parliamentarians asked him why he put a person with a professorship in economics in Ministry of Education than the Minister of Finance or Economy. And he responded saying, developed countries do not have Minister of Education or Health. The private sector takes care of everything. So by way of saying that, we don't need someone who's, with a degree in public health or a medical doctor to run the Minister of Health, which is very problematic, which may show whether it is lack of understanding or ideological commitment. It's quite, and it's at face value, it's really very distressing. Then of course, now what we have is more like people, I think we have already discussed this in the morning. Most of the decision makers have work experience, direct work experience in International Financial Corporation, World Bank, and the IMF, especially the current governor of the National Bank of Ethiopia, who started as special advisor to the Prime Minister, has a strong World Bank experience, and also the State Minister for Finance. So we have our own Chicago boys period. And of course, they are the ones who are running the show with the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister on the further end. And of course, all the relationship, they are the ones who's making all the economic decisions and also handling the relationship with the IMF and the likes. Then, but from what I've heard from interviews is, of course, even though the government is very much under strong control in terms of financing from IMF, one of my interviewers, and also on the news, it was clear that there's some kind of pushback. One of the requirements that the IMF put in its last negotiation with the government was to the removal of government officials from decision-making position from the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia, or the bank that controls almost 60% of the banking industry in Ethiopia. And the government pushed back, and there is no any legal framework that would allow that to happen. And the director of IMF was in Ethiopia last February, I think, and she said, yes, we agreed, but definitely the trend showed that it will probably be the next major conditionality that the government may need to consider as we move forward. So the issue of policy sovereignty is significantly out of the window at the moment. And clearly, yes, we can definitely also frame it within the context of what coloniality is all about. And we have the famous quote from Kwame Nkrumah saying that we have all, the camouflage of, a country being independent, but the decisions are not made within the country, but from far from outside. And of course, the IMF doing the same thing. That's the continuous trade of colonial relationship. Then the gender issue, that's where my final segment focus on. Of course, key manifestations of gender inequalities are barriers to formal labor force participation, lower education levels than men for most women, and also significant wage and productivity gaps coupled with limited political representation. Of course, probably the data may show that the proportion of labor participation by women in Ethiopia is probably higher compared to other African countries, but what you would see is the employment to population ratio is low, but it's very deceiving because more women are engaged in, they are disproportionately more engaged in unpaid care work or household level work or mainly in the informal economy. So that significant contribution to the economy, both the production and the reproduction aspect of economy is one aspect of the problem. Then lower education level compared to men. At the primary level, there is some level of parity, especially after that massive intervention from the government in terms of building more schools and making them accessible. But as we go higher into the education ladder, we continue to have less women in the formal school system, which is probably because of a number of issues. Of course, enabling policy frameworks and also manifestations of patriarchal social culture and also the limitations that happen both at the household level and at the community level. Then we also have a significant wage and productivity gap. And some studies show that women are more likely to be employed in the informal sector than men, and which means they will be very much on the blind side of the formal policy framework that provide financial, technical policies and legal support for their businesses. And also in terms of productivity, a recent study showed that even though women constitute in Ethiopia almost 40% of the agricultural labor force, they produce 23.4 less per hectare than men. And this is for a number of reasons. One major aspect is because of limited productive inputs, but a significant aspect of it is probably with other structural issues, that is limited access to extension support, distance from farmland to house, and also most of them have smaller land size and limited schooling years of schooling. Of course, the structural challenges also remain. In the developmentalist period, we have all the celebrations of the agriculture sector or the health sector. However, if we dig deeper, the health sector development program, which has addressed, as I said, Ethiopia achieved the Millennium Development Goals on child mortality or maternal mortality way before 2015, but that came at the expense of a very exploitative labor relation within the health sector, where women played a major role, right, as extension workers with poor working conditions, minimal payments, and the other aspects of structural challenges that's related to their participation in the economy. Then, of course, patriarchy and religion and limited ownership and control over resources. Be it in the formal or in the informal sector, being overworking, not recognized, especially for the contribution they make to the economy in the household level, and also in the formal context. For instance, as I said, industrial development was being, one of the aspects of the industrial policy was a massive enrollment of industry parks across the country, and For example, almost 80% of the labor force in the industry parks are young female labor force that migrated from the rural areas. But what we have is a major, a significantly exploited, poorly paid labor force. And this is a quote from another research that I did with colleagues, where one of the respondents said, I quote, we need to get what we deserve. We are not even paid the cost of a single jacket we produce. I struggle a lot to cover my expenses. One day I had nothing to put in my son's lunchbox, so I borrowed food from my neighbor. So the level of poverty that's happening within this increased labor participation from the female, from women, young women labor force has its own significant limitations. And what we're witnessing at the moment is, even though these young people are migrating to the urban areas to make, to achieve better economic opportunities, but they end up being supported by their families in the rural areas because what they are being paid is not enough, because there is no substantive, there is no legal document, legal framework that supports minimum wage. So that means the global capital that's exploiting that labor is being subsidized by the rural family in Ethiopia for all the, the t-shirt that we buy in the high street for a limited amount of money is an aspect of that labor exploitation. So what I've witnessed from my interview with key informants, with my key informants is, of course, especially the developmental regime had a clear orientation towards gender issues, but most of it was primarily like foreign donor agenda was more dominant than the government by itself. And as I said earlier, at the moment, most of gender-sensitive so-called approaches are very much at very ad hoc level, not adequately integrated, whereas most of the decisions, cutting subsidies, removing all the support, are the one that will definitely put women very much at the sharp end of the relationship. Conclusion, I think it's better to stop here. I will share with you my favorite slide. So everything has to be political. Unless we center political power and wrestling power at multiple levels, from within our country context to the global context, or at the regional or sub-regional or continental level, I think everything will remain just simply talk show. So for me, that the political element is very much at the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can move to our next presentation. And this is Carmelisa de Rosario, okay, and she has a co-author who is he here? No, who is not here, okay. And she's going to be presenting on the topic, Africa and the Global Debt Crisis, the case of Mozambique, early marital unions and adolescent pregnancies, impacts and policy implications. So thank you, you have 30 minutes.
But I don't see the presentation. No, but it's not there. Yeah, I will have to. Is it this one? Okay, thank you. The reason why we chose to think about the debt crisis in Mozambique and connected to the early marital unions and adolescent pregnancies is because early marital unions are very high in the agenda in terms of gender equality and are in all policies, and also funded by a lot of donors as a priority for improving development indicators. they also, a lot of the policies that aim at reducing early marital unions are linked to several of the social sectors, namely education and health specifically, and indirectly some of it also the social protection. In our case, of course, we will focus more on education and health, especially sexual and reproductive health. Now, one of the main issues is poverty. Poverty is deeply linked to early marital unions, and currently, and very much due to the debt distress, but also all to, other multiple crises that I will talk about, at least 65% of Mozambicans are suffering from consumption-based poverty. This is higher in rural areas, and higher in the north of the country, so there are major regional disparities. At the same time, Mozambique is one of the countries in the world with the highest early marital unions percentages, so at least 48% of young women marry before the age of 18. Although it's only, so most of it happens between the age of 15 and 18, only 14% marry before the age of 15, but this is considered by development specialists and also specifically gender equality experts and feminists as not ideal. In terms of adolescent pregnancies, Mozambique also has one of the highest numbers within sub-Saharan Africa, 153 per thousand girls against 93 per thousand in the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. So, if we look at how Mozambique was doing after the debt was pardoned in the 90s, it was actually managing to reduce poverty, and a lot of the social indicators were improving quite a lot. And after the debt, you see here a trend in which there is a reduction until these are the household income surveys. So after the debt, the hidden debts were found out in 2016, there was a substantial increase in consumption poverty. Now, our hypothesis is the following. There is a link between debt, the measures to mitigate social inequalities. In our case, we're looking specifically as social strategy policies that affect early marital unions and adolescent pregnancies. And even though it's not immediately visible, this will impact, of course, in the long term, all economic indicators, but also this cycle of vulnerability. So if we keep at these levels of 48% of early marital unions, this is half of the women. So we have half of the country that is sort of trapped in this vulnerability. The debt functions as a multiplier. We are also a country with multiple shocks. We are extremely vulnerable to climate change. We have a conflict in the north, an open conflict. We have political conflict. COVID affected everyone, but we have other pandemics like the HIV. And so just general economic shocks, because we also have very low levels of production and most of our economy is extractive. So in on itself, each of these shocks has a potential to contribute to poverty. And you will see in the graphs that I will show, COVID, for example, was a major, created a major hike in terms of increase of poverty, but the hidden debt was also another contributor. But as our debt is increasing, so we still haven't managed to get a hold of it,
servicing it becomes a priority, leaving less to effectively manage these crises that are multiple and continuous. And the social sectors are, of course, the ones suffering, which are the ones, whenever there are crises, these are the ones in need, and there is never enough funding for it, even with the support of development partners. So while we cannot establish a proof of causality, our argument is more trying to explain the complex causal mechanisms that contribute to this aspect that will have long-lasting consequences for gender equality and improved development indicators. Sorry. So in terms of debts, budgets, and social sector spending, here what we're presenting is the total of public debt, foreign and domestic, external and internal. After the alleviation of the highly indebted poor countries initiative, and under the resource boom in the 2000s, Mozambique started incurring in debt, and so the debt started growing again. With the hidden debt, so there's the arrow there shows 2016, that's when the debt was revealed. The debt became once again unsustainable. And currently, even though it showed the sign of decreasing, it is continuing to increase. The total stock of public debt has grown from 12.9 billion in 2020 to 16.3 billion in 2024. It has become extremely expensive to borrow for Mozambique, and it has now turned also to borrowing domestically, because it is expensive to borrow externally. So it has increased from 3 billion in 2020 to 6.3 billion in 2024 domestically. Now, so the problem of the debt service is that it has increased in line with the debt. And I'm sorry, this is my partner's part, so I'm basically saying what he told me to say. So the total debt service, internal and external, has doubled from approximately close to to 1 billion to almost 2 billion, from 2020 to 2024. And the servicing of internal debt has tripled. And of course, our friends at IMF have not changed their position. They might have changed a little bit the quoting. It might seem more palatable, but the message keeps on being austerity. So austerity has been a constant in Mozambican policies since the structural adjustments. Of course, at that time, the consequences are, as we know, absolutely disastrous. With the resource boom, the austerity was a little bit relaxed because it seemed like Mozambique would be able to pay off its debt, and hence borrowing was easier. But once the hidden debts came in 2016, Mozambique had to return to the IMF, so it had an extended credit facility in 2021. Then in 2023, had a 300 million support grant. And the focus still insists, even though it doesn't insist directly now in cutting social subsidies, But what it does is to sort of cut across the board vital sectors, specifically salaries or the costs of staff in public sectors. And typically, the sectors with more more public staff employed are education and health. So if there are freezes, if there are cuts, these sectors will be the ones that will be most affected. So at the moment, the news are changing quickly. When we wrote this, Mozambique had suspended the agreement with IMF because it knew it wouldn't be able to honor it. But apparently they are back in, they have some agreement, but we don't know exactly what is part of this agreement. I think it's because the force majeure in the north is going to come out, and then so there will be natural resources money again. So we're getting into that. So this is an incomplete graph that we did just to try and see what the trend was in terms of budgets. And this is without the support, the donor support. And what we have here is up until 2016, there was a decrease in terms of budget for the health, of the percentage of the budget for health. It has had a slight increase until 2024, and here the dashed lines is the COVID years, of course, and now it's falling again. We will try to show what happened with education as well, and also to try and then show how the graph for servicing debt has gone. And what we are suspecting, and we think we will be able to show, is that as the debt servicing increases, the budget for the social sectors naturally decreases. This is where we are now in here. In 2024, 2025, there have been major protests following the elections, but teachers and health staff have been protesting continuously, and they have extended their strikes. Because although the budgets apparently have been protected to try and counter the austerity measures, the ability to actually pay by the country. So the budget doesn't say, I think there was a comment about what the budget says and then what the actual application is, right? So the budgets are really beautiful, and they say that we are going to cover, we are going to keep the percentages, and we look very bad, but the fact is that the government does not have money. And we can see this when they start delaying their payments. And currently, we have the health and teachers, the health staff and teachers striking. And so there is a stagnation of the budget for social sectors that doesn't allow for increasing financial dispositions. There's generally lower execution of the budget than the one plan. And of course, I think it was mentioned, there is the issue of corruption and how money is siphoned off from where it should be. And just to give an example of the other times in when there have been strikes, and we are using here the delays in payment. So the first were in 1990s during the structural adjustments. Then in 2016, there was delays in payment. This was when the hidden debt scandal came out. Then in 2020, during the COVID crisis, there was also delays in payment, and now the example that I just gave. Let's now turn to our case, our specific case. So the way we see it, austerity means that none of the pressures that can be relieved on the girls in order for them them or their families to find marital unions as an avenue is relieved. So they are constantly in this situation, in this context, in which actually marital unions continue to be a preferable avenue. So poverty creates specific vulnerabilities in the sense that poorer people lack the power sometimes to access social services, but also these things tend to happen in regions where the state invests less. So the poorer regions where the poorer people are is where the state invests less. So not only people are vulnerable, but the state is also not giving them the possibilities to actually access education and health and social protection in an efficient way. Austere social services budgets mean worse conditions or worse environment and less mitigation and less support for state programs. This means bad or lacking of infrastructure, facilities, and services, lower wages or delayed wages as I talked about. And of course there is this corruption and embezzlement. And in terms of education, what this has meant, for example, teachers don't show up. Several surveys say this. They are absent. And in health facilities, there are no services of, for example, of counseling services. There is bad treatment. People are badly treated when they access services, and therefore they then don't trust and don't go to the health services as expected, and where they could have information and engagement with services that could help with reducing early marital unions. And on top of it, of course, teachers sometimes engage in sexual corruption and extorting from younger women sexual services, and this also sometimes either leads to pregnancies or leads for girls to leave schools, creating this cycle of vulnerability. Now, I think that risk factors are well known in terms of early marital unions. Individually, girls with lower levels of education, inability to access, for example, formal or better opportunities in terms of gainful earnings. Then there is, of course, the relationship, what kind of household they come from, so the occupation of the parents, the education of the parents, and also, of course, the husband, if they get married. What's the size of the family, if it's bigger or smaller, if it's polygamous or not, where the girls are, whether it's urban or rural, which region, if it's a poorer region or not. Religion also has some bearing into it. Whether the space is more or less religious, not the type of religion. But there are also other aspects. For example, the ability of the state to register its population. And the ability of the state to create laws that it's able to implement. And so a highly indebted country like Mozambique that has several fragilities cannot prioritize certain things. And there is a large amount of people, especially poorer people, rural people, that are not registered. And absolutely, the laws are not implemented similarly because of the inequalities that we have. They're not implemented equally. And on top of it, of course, there is this environment that actually condones, or at least doesn't completely culturally is not completely against early marital unions, especially if there are no opportunities available. So why are we concerned about this? So it has been posed largely as a health concern, and we would like to make this an economic concern, not a health concern. Women who marry early, they tend to have a larger number of children. They are less likely to give birth in healthcare facilities, and of course, this relationship of the poor with the with the social services, which are not in good quality, also plays into it. And of course, they don't have an assistance of skilled providers, so it means that there can be a lot of health issues, and health issues then create problems down the line. But they also this also increases the likelihood of experiencing physical violence from intimate partners, and they have smaller babies, higher risk of maternal and child mortality. So the health indicators are bad, but they will be trapped. They most likely or more at risk of being trapped in these undesirable situations and unable to change them. There has been a study that looked at the cost of malnutrition, and here we looked at malnutrition exactly because of the women that have smaller babies, and the babies have high morbidity, etc. There is less education. So the cost of this trap in this vulnerability, in this study in 2018, showed that it cost about close to 11% of the GDP to have malnutrition on health, on education, and on productivity. So households trapped in here in this type of context are costing. So they are not contributing, are not being part, are not benefiting, but are also not able to be part of the social tissue in a dignified way. Here we are looking at the provinces. These are the 11 provinces of the country. The first 3 are in the north and are the ones with the highest poverty. There is only one province in the south that has high poverty levels, and that is Gaza. And what we want to show here is how poverty and early marital unions are connected. The red line is the one at 18, so marriage at under 18, and the lower one is marriage under 14. So the northern provinces, and this has also been studied, have an environment, so they are the poorest region of the country, and have a cultural environment that is conducive. And a lot of the interventions have been conducted there because of that. But these are also the provinces where the state has done the least. These are the provinces that are also the most popular, especially in Nampula province and Zambezia province, which is in the between center and north. Now, there seems to be a kind of a contradiction that Gaza, that has poverty, doesn't have as much early marital unions. But Inhambane and Gaza are 2 provinces that are very much interlinked with the South African economy. And even though the state does invest more in the southern provinces, so the region is already well serviced in terms of infrastructure and services. And because it's integrated in the South African economy, there are other opportunities. So while they are individually poor, the families are individually poor, they are inserted in a place where the opportunities are there for the impact to be lower. And for us, this this indicates that it is absolutely important that the state remains an important actor in providing the services and being active in more than just paying salaries, which is what currently it has been doing. I wanted to show in terms of, now we have reported cases of early marital unions, and I wanted to show how the graph has gone. This needs to be seen with a pinch of salt, because reported doesn't mean what is happening. It's just like the violence, domestic violence cases. This is what has been reported, but we can see trends. And so when it first started being registered in 2018, this is when the law against early marital unions was passed. It was around 200 cases. It decreased in terms of reporting in 2019, and then that spike that we see there is COVID. So 2020 and 2021, there was a spike in early marital unions. It was, in reported early marital unions, it was something that UNICEF was afraid of, and the report seemed to suggest that, in fact, this did happen. Then there was a reduction in 2022, and it seems to be now increasing. Now, this is something that we think that there needs to be a more monitoring of, to see what are the differences in terms of provinces, because the regions have different crises. So, for example, the center of the country has cyclical climate crisis. The north has now a conflict plus climate crisis, and whereas the south, especially the city of Maputo, has increased urban poverty. So, but even with urban poverty, because there is higher levels of education, there are opportunities. It is in a certain economic environment in which there are possibilities, so the impact is less. So monitoring of this is, in our opinion, very important. Now, there have been a lot of mitigation policies. There is a law for the prevention and combating what is called premature marital unions, which means that both boys and girls need to be 18 before they get married. There's provision for prison of perpetrators and facilitators. It means if the families are part of it, are the ones who incentivize, they can also be punished. And there is this condition, and this is what we wanted to say, about subsidies to vulnerable families. Now, can we actually give subsidies to families? We can barely give them to the traditional groups, which are the elderly, the disabled. So to add this group on top of it is very unlikely, but it's there in law. And this is the thing, the inability, having beautiful laws, but that we are unable to actually implement. Since the 90s, we have had consistent policies to promoting girls' education, because it is considered that the better education, the less vulnerable the girls are. And it has been put explicitly in the National Education System Act from 2018. But most of what is happening in terms of improving, the state pays the salaries, and it's the donors who do the rest and fund the programs. So youth clubs in schools promoting sexual and reproductive education, family planning available at health facilities without requiring the consent of the parents, awareness campaigns for girls and communities and community leaders and religious leaders, and denouncing and rescuing girls from premature unions. And these are some of the programs that have been there. These are all aid funded. So if and when, and this is happening, am I done? Two more slides, is there? Okay. Yeah. If and when, and now we saw with USAID, especially with for sexual and reproductive health, this has a lot of impact. Now, if we looked in terms of contribution to programs and mitigation, in education, there has been an increase up to the 2000s when the resource boom was there, and then after the debt, the hidden debt and the stagnation, it reduced. It's coming back up, but not the aid. So aid is reducing, so which means that there is, the state is not able to cover the services that aid was insufficiently covering. This is both for health and education. I'm not going to talk about the programs, the specific programs. It's just basically to say that the programs, they have a limited existence. They don't cover the whole of the country. And some programs, it really depends. These are really small programs just targeting ad hoc initiatives, and really depends on what the donors are interested in. So just to close, these are the facts. Oh, sorry. Poverty breeds, or multiple crises, as we saw, that create poverty breeds early marital unions. It has been rising in parallel with increased Mozambican debt. Together with other shocks and crises, there's a perfect breeding ground. And Mozambique is locked in austerity that has to prioritize debt servicing. Now, we know that the extractives currently are the only way for Mozambique to find capital for debt repayment. But we think that the country resources need to be purposefully repurposed for social needs of the country. And this includes living wages and salaries, paying them in time, enforcement of laws, in this case of MU, and a lot of investment in the regions where there is poverty, so social investment in the regions where there's household poverty, to counter some of the effects of this poverty. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations from Ethiopia and from Mozambique, where in Ethiopia we've been given some information looking in particular at, should we say, the politics behind the development strategies and how this has played out, where we find generally that gender inequality has persisted. In the case of Mozambique, we honed in on this issue of early marital unions and adolescent pregnancy, where we find that we can trace out a link between the debt crisis and early marriage unions, and this is working through social spending and the competition social sector spending. So I have actually no intention of summarizing the presentations, but the floor is open for questions, points of clarification, etc. Yes, please.
My question goes to Ethiopia as a point of clarification. So from the presentation, one point which came clear to me is that in Ethiopia, neoliberalism walks on two legs in broad daylight from your presentation. So my question goes, you argue that Ethiopia sometimes it talks about issues of sovereign when negotiating with the World Bank. We have, on the contrary, we have countries such as Uganda, Zimbabwe. Each time they try to talk of sovereign to the World Bank, they're chased away and they don't get money. So I want to know, why is it Ethiopia still is entertained by the World Bank? And the other issue pertains to geopolitics, because I also know about the Chinese presence in Ethiopia. So I'm thinking maybe Ethiopia is an arena for competition among, geopolitical powers. Maybe it's just a pawn in a bigger game. Could you shed more light on that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, geopolitics is one crucial factor. What happened after the contested 2005 election was, all the Western development partners, somebody was saying the creditors, were really unhappy with the way the government handled the post-election, violence and crisis, and they withdrew all their support and come up with the idea of protecting basic services, where they kind of circumvent the federal government by providing direct support for the local government. And what Mallas did by then was, yes, they just let them to do what they want to do, because they were really providing support. But at the same time, he also played the geopolitics card. It was, of course, the period of war on terror. There were some extremist groups in Somalia, the Islamic Court, if you remember. So the Ethiopian army went into Somalia to fight those extremists. So in that sense, within 2-3 years, all the Westerners went back in line to support everything that Ethiopia was doing because of its play in the global war on terror. At the same time, of course, it's a very fragile region, as you know. It's the only region in the continent where you have successful referendums of coming, so 2-3 countries emerged and recognized international and the country. So it's a very fragile region where Ethiopia kind of considered as too big to fail, so it has to be supported one way or another. Again, also Addis Ababa being the seat of the continental body, the African Union, China wants to have influence. That means it's also another leverage point, the Ethiopian government. So geopolitics plays a significant role in playing that sovereignty card. There are also some other people who would argue that, there's also some kind of claim that because we Ethiopians have defeated the Italians during the colonization period, so we still want, to have this equal level engagement with you because you have never been our colonizers. So this mentality, this psyche is very much in the mind of some government officials and of the wider society. So I believe it also have a role to play in one way or another. Thank you.
Yeah, so for Mozambique, I think could you say a little bit about the hidden debt? Some people refer to that as odious debt because it was acquired without much transparency and possibly without parliamentary approval. But perhaps if you could say a little bit on that. The other interesting thing was, it's a methodological thing on how do you prove the causality between debt and social policy spending. I would answer that the easiest way is to run a regression because it gives you the coefficient on that. We had that similar problem in the Zambian, as we'll see tomorrow when we present about Zambia. But you can see, without even, and I hate regressions because they take you in all sorts of problems. But you can see if you just do even a normal graph of patterns of social debt servicing and the trend in social funding, you can actually see them crossing. One rising, the other one falling. Yeah. But it's an interesting question in terms of causality. And then the domestic borrowing. So again, the IMF, particularly in the era of extended credit facility, it's not that Mozambique, it was expensive for Mozambique to borrow externally. That's why it resorted to domestic borrowing. It was a condition of the IMF. One of the conditions for the extended credit facility is that you shouldn't borrow from anybody else but from us. And it's in a way reinforcing and taking away that policy sovereignty, because they've done this to everybody, including if you look at the trajectory of debt, that all those who have gone through the IMF, they are now focusing on domestic borrowing, which in a sense is a way of saying that we have taken over policy and we want you now not to go to China, not to go to anybody else, but come to us. So just a comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll go. Yeah.
Of causality, there's that incomplete graph that I talked about is the one where we want to establish that, in which we want to have the three lines in which we see the borrowing sort of, the payments, the repayments, and then how it goes in terms of, and as I said, this is what we expect to see. It's a reduction of social spending as the credit facility goes up. And I think someone in the morning had that. Was it Ghana? It was Ghana, yeah. And we was like, yes, this is where we want to go. But at the same time, we are also saying that for the specific case of multiple policies for an objective, which is the reduction, it is also the environment. What kind of environment does the debt create in a situation of polycrisis that it just multiplies the inability of the state to really do anything about it, no matter of the budget, right? So we also want to not just the causality, but also to describe strongly what is the situation in which we are at. We can have all the good intentions, but we are not going anywhere with it. In terms of the hidden debt, yes, it was. It's called hidden or illegal, or so it has a lot of names. And the reason was the lack of transparency. It was not having passed through Parliament. And there are multiple reasons why the government of the day said that they did that. They were in conflict with the opposition. They thought that this was sensitive, it was for security reasons, and they shouldn't have done that. But the thing is that they lied to the IMF, and that that then took a life of its own. So there was, for a period, donors stopped helping, and the state had to rely on its own resources. And at the time, it was actually, we were in a good place. 60% of the budget was from the state and not from donors. And now we have reversed again. Now it's only 40%. In terms of, yes, I get your point, and thank you for saying that in terms of the domestic borrowing being a condition. But the thing is that the hidden debts were carried out through private external banks, Swiss, Credit Suisse, and a Russian bank, EV something, I don't remember. And so there is a major case in London now in which Mozambique has sued Credit Suisse, which in the meantime has been bought up. And one of the problems was this, that they were lending at high risk. It's high risk, high return. And it wasn't just Mozambique. Mozambique is one of the most mediatic. So it's both that it's a condition by IMF, but a lot of this was, the loans that Mozambique was incurring was not through IMF. It was private, because suddenly with resource boom, Mozambique was amazing for investment.
Thank you. We have a question or a comment from one of our online participants, Ruth. Can she speak? We can't hear her. is it being,
Can you hear me now?
okay. Okay, so in the meantime, does anybody else have a question or a comment? Yes, please.
Yes, I wanted to just some clarification, or maybe having learned through what all the discussion in the morning, our colleague gave an example of how Japan has a very big debt, but I'm not sure they can say the same story about the early marriages and pregnancies. So the question is, how are you linking the debt crisis to the pregnancy? I understand about the poverty in pregnancies, but the date, because there could be other factors that are driving. So how are you situating date in the drivers for the early marriages and adolescent pregnancies? Thank you.
Point that we want to make is not that the debt leads to it, but the debt increases the conditions in which the early marriages and pregnancies can thrive or are likely to happen. So it increases poverty, it's unable to implement policies that can reduce the pregnancies. So this is the point that we're trying to make.
So how do you explain the regional differences? Because the debt affects the whole country throughout, but there are regional differences when it comes to early marriages and pregnancies. So how do you explain that?
Yeah, so the regional differences are the regions that are the poorest and have been the poorest for a while, and there has been low investment, right? So there are, and as I said, there are cultural aspects to it, and there are areas in which if you combine the cultural acceptance plus the poverty, it creates sort of this perfect storm. And this is the condition in which Mozambique is as a whole country, in a perfect storm of crisis, plus a condition in which the country doesn't have enough money to implement what seems to be a social priority, which is decrease. It has a law against early marriages. It seems to want to tackle this, but it won't be able to do it if we're sort of trapped in debt, unable to reduce poverty, unable to invest in social programs or infrastructure or services in the poorest regions where they are already they're already poorer and they have this cultural condition. So this is why I'm saying, so by understanding how the debt kind of reinforces the fragilities and vulnerabilities, you know, no matter what investment, the little that there is, it won't have any results. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I'm using the headphone. Can you speak, Ruth? And then I will, it's very light, but you speak, I think I can hear.
No? Okay. I'll type.
Hello, Ruth.
Hi.
Yes, I can hear you. So do you have what's your question or comment?
Okay, thanks. I had two questions then. The first is really a follow-up from this last question.
Okay, Ruth, I see that you've typed in your questions, so I'm going to read them out.
Okay,
So
this
Ruth
is one.
says
I'll
she
type the
has
other
two
one.
questions. The first is a follow-up from this last question. I can understand how they can explore the relationship between debt, around the relationship between the public debt crisis and EMUAP. I think this argument will be hard to prove, especially since EMUAP programs are not generally funded by the government. However, I think interviews with key informants may help to support this argument. Have you considered undertaking interviews? We will consider it. Hi, Ruth. Yes, I think we might need to do it, especially given some changes that are occurring now with the cut to the funding with USAID, to see what are the implications of that and the reduction of the donor aid. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ruth, for typing in your question. It was 2 questions? No, I think it was similar to the first one, and then there was the so did my answer Are you satisfied with her response? Okay, it's fine, she says. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Thank you for the very informative presentations. I have a question for both teams, if that's okay. So for Karameliza and Aslak, I'm intrigued. What made you interested in this topic as researchers? Like, what's the angle that was that you found interesting to pursue? And on another level, maybe like at the interview phase, it would be more clear. But just if you have any insights on the incentives for women to marry off their children, basically. Do they get some kind of monetary incentives or advantages in the context of the harsh price spikes, etc.? And my question for Ayub has to do with this interesting insight on the IMF conditionality of a particular Ahmad something being out of office as a condition for the proceeding with the discussions, eventually leading to a loan. So this is kind of, I mean, is this publicly available? And if not, can you safely share more information? Because I feel it's something that is intriguing to me personally. Like, what did this person do that warrants so much attention? Thank you.
Alors, je vais parler en français, mais je vais rebondir sur la remarque du lien entre la dette et le mariage précoce. Donc, en fait, le mariage précoce, il entretient la dette, dans le sens où la femme qui va se marier très tôt, elle ne va pas continuer dans l'éducation, elle ne va pas aller dans l'enseignement supérieur, et ça va être une perte, en fait, pour le marché de l'emploi. Donc on a une partie de la population qui ne va pas accéder à des études supérieures et qui ne va pas donc avancer dans le marché de l'emploi. Et ça va entretenir en fait l'endettement.
Thank you very much for 2 engaging papers. I had a question for Mozambique. So in the literature on the global debt crisis, there's been an increasing interest in domestic debt, i.e. household debt, and an argument that there's a sense of a connection between countries having a sovereign debt crisis and households becoming also indebted, and that the connection between them is austerity. So I was wondering if in Mozambique you had any data on household indebtedness, because it could also be one of the vectors through which households might be interested in giving away their daughters in marriage if they're in debt. I have no idea, but I was just wondering. Perhaps since this question keeps on recurring, and it's a question for me as well, as to how to make a causal link between early childhood marriage and national debt. I just wondered whether this issue of domestic debt could shine a light on this topic.
A clarification point maybe from my colleague from Mozambique. I wish to know what you call early marriages in Mozambique, because the age range, because I'm assuming early marriage is not the same as underage. So maybe could you clarify those concepts for me?
Thank you for the question, Amir. It's all related to one of the arguments or one of the conditionalities that the IMF usually put on African countries, saying that key policy-making institutions like the central bank or other key finance bodies should be independent from the government. What the implicit message in this is they have to be independent from the accountability mechanism within the country, but rather be readily available to be exploited by IMF, which is the whole idea of choiceless democracy, right? So in this context, Mr. Ahmed Shide is the Minister of Finance, and he is the board chairperson of the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia, right? So one of the conditionalities, one of the demands from the IMF was saying that because the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia has been lending lots of money for the government to execute its developmental projects, and because most of the decisions were not based on pure econometric, demand and supply logic, but rather also political demands. As I said, the government pursued development as a political project. Right? So what they are demanding is, by removing him from the chairperson position, he's the Minister of Finance, but he should not have a role in the decision-making of the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia, which has more than almost 60% of the share in the national banking sector. So, of course, it's a clear, it's a publicly available discourse, and the government does not have any legal ground to put this into practice, and they have already approved his position in that, because I think usually the historical trend is the government will always have a say in such key financial institutions. What the IMF wants to have is a space where the government will not have any political appointee, whereby the IMF will have more say in that context. So this is even one of the key questions that the director was asked directly when she visited Ethiopia last February. And she said that, okay, at the moment, yeah, we agree. They just simply passed it over. But from what we know so far, definitely it will be an issue. So now, at the moment, the government pushed back. So they don't agree with that. So they have the money, at least the first round of money has been released, and they're doing what they're supposed to do. But I think it will continue to come back.
Okay, so why we decided to go for this? So I work a lot in sexual and reproductive health, and the issue of early marital unions in terms of social policies is recurring. It's basically in all strategies, government strategies, and something as important. And there was this law that was passed in 2018. And it was part of the strategy, as part of the development strategy of the country, more thinking about equality, gender equality. But the implications are, when we look at what are the indicators that we are trying to improve, it's not just equality, but it's sort of participation, improvement of education, that kind of goes into what supposedly would make a prosperous country. And so we thought that it's time to start talking about these concrete strategies, not just as this gender thinking, gender equality, but as sort of a general priority, which it seems to be a general priority for the country. I don't think we are there yet, but I hope that by the end of when we finish our article, we manage to make this point. So in terms of costs, definitely there is a recent study in which they talked with several families, and the costs are a major factor. So the fear of girls getting pregnant and then having the children at the home, increasing the costs of the household, is a major fear. And therefore, it is better to marry them off. So you would either have a pregnant woman, pregnant child will be a cost, or you'll have a married off child, and then the cost will be passed on to somewhere else. And so there are cost implications definitely there, aside from this culturally sort of spaces that kind of, sometimes they don't condone it, but at least they are not as against it, and they think that it's reasonable when these aspects are there, and which takes me to the issue of how early marriage is conceptualized. It's not conceptualized by law. It is underage marriage is considered early marriage. So anyone below 18, it's by law. So whereas before it was sort of like customary, but now the law says that anyone under 18. And of course there are a lot of conversations around this because the majority of them happen between 16 and 18 of these marriages, but still the country has decided as a development strategy that it doesn't want women to get married before the age of 18. So yeah, that is how it's defined. In terms of domestic debt, I remember you had the same question. We can, of course, explore this. My fear is that this, with domestic debt, we have sort of the informal debt and then the more formal debt. And especially the rural areas, it's more informal. Whether there is debt, it's more informal, and it's very difficult to capture in statistics that we can look at. And I'm not sure that indebted families in more formalized, or where the statistics would reflect this, are the ones where this is happening so much. So there might be other things that they might choose, but not necessarily early marriage. But the whole thing with data is so complicated. So even to get these budgets from one period to the other is so difficult, and we want to have the indicators to make sure that we can compare. But we have made a note to consider this possibility. I don't know if I answered everything. Yes.
Juste une dernière question. Est-ce que les femmes au Mozambique ont le droit à l'avortement hors mariage?
So, if they have the right to the abortion and to marry again? No, just abortion. So theoretically, yes, the law allows it, but it depends on where they are. If they have access to health facilities, if the health facilities all health facilities should provide, at least until the 12th week, the right to abortion. After that, it's more complicated, right? So theoretically, yes. That is the simple answer. But then everything depends on whether you're in rural areas, or whether you're educated, whether you're younger or older, or yeah, uh, yeah. If you have access, if you have a health facility close to you, yeah.
I just wanted to comment on the Ethiopian paper. I think that one of the major, in fact, debates between Makandawire and Meles was that the developmental state would only make sense in Africa if it was democratic, which Meles obviously rejected. The democratic component did not exist. However, the Meles regime had what was mentioned as the domestic component this morning in the Ghana paper in terms of resisting IMF conditionalities. What they borrowed from the World Bank in terms of education and health, but not directly from the IMF with the conditionalities. And they also had small manufacturing, which created significant employment for women, because the whole idea was sold as cheap labor, and it was very cheap labor, but nonetheless, it created jobs for quite a considerable number of women, young women, for the first time. And this turn to neoliberalism has, of course, together with the conflict, has closed down almost 85 to 90% of those industries. And the women are now unemployed and have to compete in the market, informal market, which is a sort of regression from having become wage laborers to having to deal informally. The other thing I think which might be important for you to look at or emphasize is that despite the authoritarian entrenchment of the Meles regime, they had a number of subsidies alive in terms of education, in terms of health, which has now all been removed significantly and increased. For example, if you take higher education, which was an important achievement, if Meles was to be interviewed today, he would say that he increased the number of higher education from less than 10 to over 50 overnight. I mean, I'm not talking about the quality of the educational system or anything, but the number-wise, the number of young people going to universities increased very significantly under this rapid increase of universities. And now, under the so-called autonomous universities, low-income households have to pay if they want to go to college. So this dramatic change from an authoritarian state that tried to use subsidies and also talked a lot, and talked is the underlying term that I want to use, about poverty reduction, versus the current state where poverty is a very dirty word in the new neoliberal regime, makes, I think, a difference for households, because there was subsidies that they benefited from, even if it was insufficient and not able to get them out of poverty. So this, I think this turn to a complete submission to the demands of IMF will need to be, compared with the two regimes that you did tend to mention, that although they talked about the developmental state, they still were going towards a very entrenched authoritarian state, but which had subsidies as a way of reducing poverty, which no longer exists now, and it's been very dramatic for low-income households. Another feature of the Meles regime that is usually not highlighted is the tremendous amount of illicit financial flows out of Ethiopia to the market. And that's how that remnant of that regime are now surviving, is through that transfer of capital outside of the country, which is still continuing. This regime engages in the same practice, but that was sort of submerged. It wasn't as obvious as it is now. And so I think these comparisons of what was said as, what was conceptualized as domestic component, to what extent can a country like Ethiopia resist some aspects of the draconian IMF, World Bank impositions to a certain extent, and then comes another regime that says, no, we're fine with neoliberal policies, and we'll do whatever it is that the IMF, World Bank demand. But what I find personally as a citizen very amazing is that the money that is coming through these loans, there is no accountability about how it is being used, whether it's being used to pay for the war, pay for the palace that the current prime minister is building, or used for developmental reasons. So this lack of accountability is very strange in terms of IMF wanting to really impose their will on how the money should come in, what kind of local national borrowing should take place or not take place, but at the same time not really caring about how that money might be used. So I think this is one aspect of the current neoliberal regime that I observe from living there.
Of the precarious conditions in the industrial parks, and of course that is a very sad story about what neoliberalization of labor does, right, to women's work conditions. But my question is, what is the significance of the industrial parks themselves in the story of Ethiopia's debt crisis? What does it represent, right? Because I think, if I remember correctly, like the setup of industrial parks started in 2000, so before this shift, to the neoliberalization of Ethiopia. So does it represent a continuation of a process that started earlier? Does it signify a shift in the story of indebtedness? How is it financed? Does it contribute to the indebtedness of Ethiopia? Because whenever I hear about the industrial parks, we always hear about the apparel industry and its feminized nature and the precarious conditions that it's leaving women. But I just want us to maybe understand more about what they signify in the economic policy of Ethiopia, if that makes sense.
A quick one. So if the IMF were to sit in this room as we make this discussion, I'm sure one of the questions they would ask is, we never come, or one of the defenses, at least that I've heard them put up, is we never come to your countries, you come to us. So my question is, as we make this argument, how do we situate the political agency of the political actors within the country? What is their role? What have they been doing? And how do we end up in a situation where we always need to go back to the IMF?
Thank you for the elaborated comment on the Ethiopian case. I agree that the democratic issue is the one that would put Tandika and Mallas on opposite directions. And that's why I raised my question earlier before lunch that we definitely need to qualify how do we understand democracy before talking about democratic developmental states. And at the later stage, they were just simply, APRDF was just simply saying democratic developmental state, just for the sake of saying it without any substantive element. In the paper, actually, probably I didn't do a good job in the presentation, but in the paper, I mentioned most of the issues that you've raised. For example, the subsidy issue. One of the things that the EPRDF managed to do after the 2005 election, especially in the urban areas where it lost to the opposition, so it had to regain its legitimacy. So it kind of boosted up its youth employment program. So there was a technocratically designed national youth policy document, which was just simply donor-funded document. Then the government, actually, the Prime Minister office produced three different policy packages: urban youth package, rural youth package, and rural youth development package, and pastoralist youth development package, which clearly defined young people as political groups that need to be mobilized, whose political and economic needs has to be served and provided for. And because, of course, usually young people tend to vote for the opposition, right? So that means instead of the ministry, which works with all the UN agencies to implement national youth policy, the Prime Minister office just simply dropped this policy package, which was supported by the micro and small scale enterprise development strategy, which provided more finance for the micro and small strategy, linked with the housing development program so that young people are organized in various small groups to contribute in the massive production of housing, right? So connecting the different bits and pieces of the policies. So housing, addressing major social policy issues, employment creation, not only for the young people, for women, for farmers. So that's all these kinds of aspects are part of gaining legitimacy, regaining legitimacy, and also pursuing development. One of the most convenient definitions that I find in development studies, in the developmental state debate, is the definition by Adrian Leftwich, where he says it's like when the political objective and the developmental purpose of the government are aligned, then it can serve very well. So the EPRDF had a political priority of regaining legitimacy so that its legitimacy is not derived from the ballot box, but from the social and economic rights that it ensures. And one aspect of ensuring these social economic rights are through subsidies, cooking oil, through organizing urban consumer cooperatives where they become the key economic actors of stabilizing basic household commodities, where most of cooking oil, flour, and bread, and some other vegetables, seasonal vegetables during holidays, are sold through this urban consumer cooperative. So the government massively mobilized itself to provide both subsidies at the same time, generating political legitimacy. So that's how that authoritarian nature of the government was somehow also very effective in providing subsidies and supporting especially in the urban areas. And also in the paper I mentioned about how the war caused more disruption because Ethiopia was withdrawn from the AGOA Act because of all the human rights related issues related to the war, which resulted almost, I think, the last data that I put in the paper was almost 11 to 12,000 female, most of them female manufacturing workers lose their job because of that. And I would even argue beyond the poverty reduction debate, actually, because the growth and transformation plan goes beyond the poverty reduction approach that was quite dominant in the Millennium Development Goals. And one of my interview who was government official at the Ministry of Finance was saying, like, when we present the government, an economic plan of, 6 to 8 economic growth, the party office would say, no, we should go for the higher. So the base should be 10% economic growth, and the maximum should be 14. So all these kinds of engagement were more going beyond the idea of poverty reduction. It was more of enhancing the productive capacity of the state, the economy, which goes both on the human resource, on the education, as you mentioned, and also in the health sector as well. On the issue of minimum accountability, I 100% agree with you that the current government have no any mechanism put in place in terms of accountability. The significance of the IDPs, the industrial development parks. One of the challenges for a country like Ethiopia and many African countries is such kinds of high investing development plan requires, lots of capital, both from within, and it should also come from outside, right? But the economy takes very long time to generate that kind of capital. Still, at the moment, the economy generates foreign currency from coffee, hide and seeks, just primary commodities, which wouldn't be enough to compensate that. So the idea of moving toward this industrial parks is because of the cheap labor. By not having minimum wage, you can have like more foreign currency, to generate more foreign currency by producing more garment and textile. So that was the plan. So the significance was to have more foreign currency in short period of time, because there's available cheap labor that can ideally be easily trained, be more productive, and all those companies were relocating from Asia for the sake of having access to cheap labor, and also the AGOA arrangement, which would allow them to sell their products into the US and also the EU, the European market. So that was one of the rationale of the IDPs, to have more access to foreign currency in a much more shorter way, because the structural transformation cannot happen at ease because of various structural bottlenecks. In terms of the political agency of our political actors, why do they go to the IMF? I think it's related to the establishment of the World Bank and the IMF, where countries have certain kinds of sovereign rights to have access to finance. So I think it is their right to go to these institutions, because I think they are part of, they constitute one of as opposed to one of the arrangements. But at the same time, definitely, it's not only about having access to the money, but rather how you're going to use the money, right? One of the economists was arguing that, the kind of debt stress that we have in Ethiopia is completely different from other African countries, because the majority, of course, there was massive nepotism, corruption, and everything, but the majority of it was invested in a much more visible infrastructure or human capital development that really translated into substantive change, right? So I don't think it's the issue. The issue is not only going there, but negotiating with what you want, and also then investing that money in a way that's relevant to the developmental aspiration. If all these aspects are not included, whether you go to China or IMF, it doesn't matter. I think like China can play the same role that IMF is playing if the political agency, the vision and orientation of our political leaders is not in the right place. So I don't have a problem with going there because it's a right as part of the global community. But I think the assignment has to be done also from our leader side. Thank you.
In the case of Mozambique, we do have one of our civil society groups that has a slogan which is, "I won't pay." And it is a way of saying that this was a debt that we were incurred without the community, without the people's consent, right? How we give consent and how our parliament represents us is another story. But so there is, I think there is now this acknowledgement that whereas before, for example, with the highly indebted countries, our political actors seem to have very good faith and seem to have a good intention in development. Now the political intentions are mixed. Sometimes they use it for authoritarian capital, to suppress opposition, to benefit themselves or benefit a certain group. And so I think that in certain situations, it is complicated because we are incurring in debt as a country, but it is actually a group that is doing this to the country. So in a way, I agree with Ayob in the sense that there needs to be what is done with the debt. It matters, and I think it goes into the Japanese case. It's like they have a huge debt, but it doesn't matter because there is production and you can actually pay it off. In our case, I think in case of Mozambique, it's so in Portuguese we say it's counting with the eggs inside of the chicken. I don't know how to say it. Yeah, so we have this gas, and then we think, okay, now we can have the debt because we will be able to pay. So a lot of the gas, whenever and if ever it comes out, is already gone because it has been spent. So I think that we need to keep and I think a lot of these protests are a way of sort of showing, Kenya is a good example, showing that no, we don't agree, we don't want austerity, you're not allowed to do this as a political actor, and putting the politicians in the spotlight, right? And making decisions. How we manage to do that, because they have had free range so far, I think it depends on the country.
Okay, actually I'm going to, with the permission of the organizers, because we came back a half hour earlier. By the program we should end at 5 o'clock, but because we came at 2:30, it's now 4:34. So I am wanting to bring the session to an end. So you can have your discussion offline. Yeah. So to say thank you to the presenters for your interesting papers, and thank you to participants for the feedback that you've given them that I'm sure they will consider as they finalize their papers for submission. So I'll hand over to the organizers if you have anything. Actually, the next item, where am I? Yes, is wrap up and closing. Okay.
Thank you for sharing the session. So I hope we will behave well. I think we behaved well in terms of time. Yeah.
So we are ending today's session, and we will continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But we will have a welcome dinner for our network members at Buka Restaurant at Osu, and the time is 7 p.m. We have bus arrangement from here to the hotel, and from the hotel to Buka and back. Thank you very much. And lastly, we have also made arrangement that tomorrow, at the latest, you would have your refunds and other necessary payments. Thank you.
Hello, please, we have snacks. So you can have your conversations over the snacks. Yes. And the bus will be in the next 5 minutes too.